Throughout history, certain events have shaped our world in ways that go far beyond their immediate impact. November 22nd, 1963. September 11th, 2001. March 2020. Each moment marked not just by tragedy, but by the questions that followed. The Warren Commission, the 9/11 Commission, emergency powers that became permanent. From Dallas to New York to global lockdowns, patterns emerge for those willing to look. The same institutions, the same responses, the same consolidation of power. Recent events continue this trajectory. Butler, Pennsylvania, Manhattan's streets, each incident followed by familiar narratives, familiar solutions. Meanwhile, in boardrooms from Davos to Bilderberg, the world's most powerful gather behind closed doors. Central banks coordinate policy. Intelligence agencies share resources. Global forums set agendas that nations follow. The World Economic Forum speaks of stakeholder capitalism. The Bilderberg Group meets in secrecy. Ancient orders maintain their influence. Some call it conspiracy, others call it coordination. But the connections are there, documented and undeniable. The question isn't whether these networks exist, it's whether we're brave enough to acknowledge their influence on the world we inhabit. The dots are there. We just have to be willing to connect them.
All right. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome to Saturday Night Live. You never know what might happen. How's everybody doing? I just want to check in with some people, say hello. What's up? I see No Talkie Before Coffee, Eat Potty. What's up? Welcome in, Karen Bell. We got my handler. My handler's here, of course, Sean Marie. How you doing? Good to see everybody. Let's let some people roll in. Lovely Me, what's up? How are you? Shelly Klein, 7870, welcome in. Good to see you. Thank you. So while people kind of file in, just a little check-in. Let's see. I can't read that one. Lynn Mai, 4103. Hello. Welcome in. I took my handler off the stage there. Yeah, she's got to keep me in line. She's got her hands full. I've been known to step out of the lines every once in a while. So while everybody's popping in, we're going to just talk about a bunch of different things tonight. But I'll start out with the idea of the Matrix, which is something I've talked about before. And the idea of being, she's my handler is into waterboarding. So you have the idea of the Matrix, right? Everybody knows the movie, the blue pill, the red pill, and then I talked about black pill, white pill. And I think it's a great metaphor for what's happened in the world in the last, 25 years, let's say, where we have this narrative world that's shoved down our throats every day. So something we've talked about a lot. And then you have, for those willing to take the red pill, so to speak, the more painful reality that you start to become aware of if you're willing to go down that rabbit hole. So tonight we're going to start off talking about that, sort of take the temperature of the chat and see what everybody thinks about that. Get people's take on where they think they are. We've talked about this before, but it ties into a lot of the things that I like to speak about. And that short video I did on Animal Farm, that ties into it as well, because you have what's presented as an idea in Animal Farm as this idea of equality and freedom and a better way of living. But then those ideals get corrupted. And if you think about, let's go all the way back to the founding of the United States, you could argue that all movements and revolutions get co-opted by the power structure. And I think if you look at it throughout history, you see examples of that. You see it with how secret societies would join forces or co-opt movements when there were converging interests. So some might even argue that the American Revolution was co-opted by Freemasons and other powerful global elite entities which have been around for centuries. So it's just a thought. Do they present us with this illusion to keep us in line, to keep us going along with their plan, making us believe we have freedom, we have choices, but they ultimately steer us towards what they really want? So that's like one of the topics we'll get into tonight. And then later on, as we usually do when we do the kind of anything goes type of streams, we could talk about different things. We could talk about music, movies, comedians that we like, and culture. I think is a very interrelated thing when it comes to the big picture. We all have talked about at different times, and different content creators have talked about how Hollywood was co-opted. And then co-opting, meaning they would come in. So for example, in the case of Animal Farm, right, the animals had a rebellion and they kicked out the humans and took over the farm. But then some of the animals joined forces with humans on the outside. So their movement got co-opted by other animals that wanted to be in power. So power structures, let's just say the CIA, they can co-opt a movement, like a social movement or a cultural movement. Yeah. So infiltrate a movement, and by infiltrating it and joining forces, they're able to control it. It's just like when there's protests and you have agent provocateurs that come in and they blend in with the crowd, and they can, by creating chaos, they co-opt that peaceful protest and can turn it into a chaotic protest and ultimately get it shut down. So you can either destroy a movement by co-opting it, or you can basically steer it the way you want it to go. Yeah, lovely me. I mean, there is a lot of interesting stuff about how at the highest levels of elite power, going back for centuries. There's it's sort of tinged with, some people believe, like satanic cult-like things. So, but I think we see it a lot over the years. Now, the thing is, something I talked about, that the methods that the power structure has always used, and in the Animal Farm video, my reasoning for doing that video isn't to tell everybody about the book. Anybody can read the book or watch the animated movie, get the basic gist of it. But what it represents is really the main reason I did it, and how it's relevant today. How the power structure uses the same playbook over and over because it's been successful for many, many, many years. So that's kind of how I look at it. Jim Carrey, funny as fuck in the movies. Jim Carrey, he's kind of gotten wacky, huh? Uh, it just seems like all the Hollywood people I mean, they're probably wacky people to begin with. You've got to be a little bit wacky to want to be in the movies, and you become a big celebrity. I think you're inherently a little wacky to want to do that or be able to do that. Yeah, I mean, I talk about books quite a bit, and I have a lot of books that I need to read. Like, I have a lot of books that I would read as like research. So I wouldn't read them like, I'm going to read this book start to finish. I try to go through sections of books and make notes about a particular topic that I might be interested in. And I use that. And so it's, sometimes you get busy with stuff, and to just blow through books is very, very time consuming, and it takes a lot of time to do the kind of research that I used to do, because I just don't have as much time. But we can talk about some other books that are pretty heavy but really relevant. And so, yeah, the chat's checking in. Everybody's throwing down in the chat, but I wanted to just regarding the book thing. There are some books that talk a lot about the power structure, but you'll see that people they frame their take based on what their background is. So there's a book that I have to finish. It's called The Psychology of Totalitarianism by Matthias Desmet. And he's from the Netherlands, and he's a psychologist. And he was the one who was talking a lot about mass formation psychosis and how that was what was going on during the pandemic days and all that. And that book is a pretty short book that I could knock it out pretty quickly. But there are books like that have relevance to what's going on in the world. Another book that I've recommended, that I've used as like a research kind of tool, is Dark Alliance, which is the book that's written by Gary Webb about basically the Nicaragua Contras that were fighting the Sandinistas, who was supported, it was a communist revolutionary group, and the CIA was basically funding the Contras against the Sandinistas, and they ended up smuggling weapons and and smuggling drugs and trafficking drugs and guns to raise money for the Contras, because oftentimes things that they don't get the support of Congress for. Yeah, I read one of them, the first one, No Talkie Before Coffee, and I have the second volume on audiobook. So I recommend Whitney Webb a lot, because if you want a more deep dive take on things, she's a great resource. And look, anybody that is doing deep dives into the power structure, people will say, oh, they're controlled opposition. You could say that about anybody. You have to look at information, see if it's useful, because we're never going to fully know the motives behind everybody that's out there. People will say Candace Owens, she's controlled opposition. She might be. Tucker Carlson, he's really CIA. He might be. He might be controlled opposition. You just don't know in the world that we're living in, because it's fifth generation warfare. It's a war of information and technology. But yeah, I mean, there's so much information out there that it can be overwhelming. Now, I tend to believe anybody, in my opinion, I'll tell you what I believe is a sign of somebody that could be controlled opposition. Anytime you see a content creator that you never really heard of up to a certain point, and then all of a sudden they have a huge platform with tons of followers, and they're very divisive. I have found that the people that push the right versus left narrative, or the culture war narratives, in my opinion, what's up, Brandy J? In my opinion, those are the ones that should be the most suspicious to people. Green Eclectic Mama, good to see you. Thanks for popping in. I just tend to be very suspicious of these content creators that have these huge platforms. And now some of them have been in the public eye for a long time, so they build up a following. But I think that the ones that promote a divisive rhetoric are the ones that get pushed, because the algorithm likes divisiveness. They want people outraged. They want people fighting. The Carrie B. Kennedy, what's up? Welcome in. Thanks for popping in. This type of a live stream is really my favorite, because my brain can go all over the place. Somebody could make a comment and it just sends me off in a different direction. And that's my favorite thing to do. If you guys have seen me on Birdie Bombshells, like, Birdie's really good at sticking to what topic he has. He's really good at that. He can just hit all the things he wants to address, and his visuals and all of that. While if he doesn't keep me in check, I could just totally take a right turn and get off the topic. And that's just the way my brain works. My brain, for some reason, connects things that might seem unrelated. Yeah, I totally agree with this. See, here's the thing. In my opinion, the power structure knows about energy. I really believe this. Most of the big psychological research that's been done is believed to be commissioned by the CIA. That and the advertising industry and big business. But I think that the CIA has psychologists, and they know predictive ways to, in other words, when you study psychology, in social psychology, they'll say, if you want to study cows, you don't have to study 50,000 cows to know how cows will behave under a certain set of conditions. It's the same thing with humans. If you want to know human behavior, you don't have to study 1,000,000 humans to get an idea of how humans will respond under a given set of conditions. You could study 1,000 humans and get a good general idea how they will respond under certain conditions. So they know, they've studied how people will respond to things. And now with the technology that they have, it's basically limitless how they can manipulate the public. Yeah, I mean, like CERN, like these are all power structure things. I use that term all the time. These are power structure things. They're not regular people things. The elites are always trying to find ways to control things. If you look at every aspect of what the power structure does, at the core, it is, how do we control things? They want to control what we eat, what we're allowed to say, how we think, where we can go, what we can drive, what products we can buy, like Amazon, for example, what movies they're going to throw in front of us, predictive programming. Look at all the CIA streaming shows and stuff on all the different streaming platforms. It's all a big matrix, right? They want to keep us within that paradigm. And so I think that that's why I use the term matrix sometimes interchangeably with the power structure. It's like this big illusion that they create. Yeah, I mean, I've seen that idea discussed before, Green Eclectic Mama, that they're harvesting our energy. But think about this. I've talked about this before, that there is an energy field, that everything is a big energy field. Some people might view spirituality differently than others, depending on your background. But I believe that the universe is one big ball of energy, and the elites know how to manipulate people's energy flow by keeping them upset. Imagine if more people were happy than they and at a high energy level, then they wouldn't tolerate this bullshit that's constantly foisted upon us. And so they have to keep our energy low. People's energy is low, and their vibrational, energy is low. They're less likely to stand up for themselves. They're easier to control. Yeah, Karen Bell, I mean, that's like my gift and my curse. I've predicted so many things, and then years later, my friends are like, "How did you know that? How did you?" And it's not hard. If you know what the end game is and you have good pattern recognition, it's very, in my opinion, it's very easy to see what's coming. So, yeah, I mean, I think that I say a lot that I present ideas, and I may not spell it out how these different things that I talk about are connected, but I think most people probably get it. They understand the bigger picture that I'm getting at, is that we're living in this world that has been curated for us, and we've many people have been convinced that this is it. This is what we're going with. This is the way things are. Oh, digital ID, surveillable, central bank digital currencies. Oh, this is just the way it's going. So you got to go along with it. They get us believing that. And so most people just sort of, well, I guess everybody's doing it anyway. What can I do about it? And that is what I'm trying to get across to people, is that if you change the way that you think about it, then I believe this, you put that out to the universe. Every person that gets awakened, I believe, puts it out to the universe. And I believe I've talked about it in a collective unconscious, and I believe that there's probably a collective consciousness in the world. And if people put that energy out there, I think it's powerful, because we're not practically overthrowing any of the power structure, not in a practical way. So I see, a lot of people are aware of the Cy Ray interview that the Custody Queens Off the Clock with Ron did. And it really warmed my heart to look at the chat and to see how many people were shitting on him in the chat. And I've been suspicious of that guy all along. I mean, he's like a classic example of controlled opposition. He suggests by some things that he said early on in the case that, oh, Bryan Kohberger wasn't there, and the timing advance records. And so I always felt like this guy was going to come out and he was going to, just like with Broken Plea and Turvey and Holland, they come across like they're dropping bombs, but ultimately they steer towards the official narrative eventually. Do you think the awakening was predetermined too? Maybe. I don't know. I mean, some people believe that everything is laid out already. Well, I think Cy Ray, in my opinion, is an advocate for the surveillance industrial complex. Just by the very nature of what he did. His company that he sold to the big investment banks was basically a surveillance company, right? That's what that is, the cell tracking stuff, right? And so I believe that down the line, we will see he either got co-opted early on, got the call, or he was part of it all along. And he had to present himself as being righteous. He really wanted the truth. Oh, it's the first time he ever testified. He was going to testify as an expert for the defense. That's, to me now, in retrospect, seems like it was just a big narrative. So, but I'd like to, discuss that a little bit more too, tonight, because that is exactly the type of thing I've been trying to explain to people about the Idaho 4 case. There is an operation involved, in my opinion. And everything that we've seen and all the players are in service of that operation. Philly Special, any family background on Cy Ray. I tried to find family background information, because that's what I go to. I go, what did they do in their life? What did their family do? And so a guy who was in law enforcement, I couldn't find much information about his education. So a lot of times people that work as part of the power structure, they scrub information about them, because they know if people see things that they were involved with, they're not going to trust them. And they have the capability to scrub that stuff off the internet. So I did look into it. On a few different platforms, I could not find any family information. He's from Arizona. He apparently got his associate's degree, but no specific information about any kind of engineering background or what else he did, which is interesting. You would think that you could, in this day and age, find some background information about just about anybody. So that's always a red flag for me. I looked into it. I do that. That's one of the first things I do when somebody is thrust upon us, and as an quote unquote expert, I look into, okay, where's their background? Where did they grow up? What did they do before we knew who they were? And I couldn't find much on him. I would recommend everybody do the same. You'll see what I'm talking about. And I always look into the company that bought his company was LexisNexis. And I looked into who are the institutional investors into LexisNexis, because you got to go a few steps back oftentimes. And of course, it's the usual suspects: BlackRock, Vanguard, big capital management groups, and things like that. So you mean Ipati, he would have to defend what? Clarify that for me. What would he have to defend? And if my handler wants to throw a link in the chat, and maybe we can get some people up on screen, and we could have a little bit of a mini call-in type of thing if some people in a little bit want to jump up, because I'm sure we're going to go off on a few tangents. So you're saying that Cy Ray would have to defend it? Oh, and it pointed to Brian? Well, this has been going on for a while, right? So he was putting out information or leaking information to certain people online that apparently he doesn't think Brian was even in Moscow that night. Now, I can't verify that because I've never communicated with the guy personally. So I don't know if, in my opinion, I've said this for quite a while, I think the Idaho 4 case is going to be used just like the Luigi Mangione case, just like the Tyler Robinson case, and just like the Nancy Guthrie case, to forward the surveillance agenda. And I think Cy Ray could have been a part of that all along, right? But you notice how they spaced out all these different people. You had Whitcomb, then you had Turvey, then you had Holland, and now Cy Ray are coming out, just spread out. Seems very coordinated to me. Well, if he has exculpatory evidence, I don't know why he would be saying that. He basically said he believes there was an abundance of information that shows Bryan Kohberger is guilty. Maybe he did, and maybe he got the call. There's some talk that, and suspicion that perhaps the book was written by AI. Think about it. What would be easier? To just use really advanced AI to write this book that's functions as a controlled opposition tool, rather than a guy a former intelligence operative spend the time to write it when they could just have AI do it and then he's the front person for it? This is just a hypothesis. That's all. We're just doing a thought experiment. He alluded to that, kind of. I don't think Turvey wrote it, but now AI could. What I think is happening. This is really important. This is a really important topic. I've said this many times. People have probably heard me talk about this. When you hear about they're testing this technology or that technology, how do you think they're testing it? They're testing it on humans. Now, would anybody put it past the government and the intelligence agencies to do real-time experiments on the public, on unwitting citizens to see what kind of response they get? They're basically legally allowed to do that for the most part. They could basically blanket anything they want under national security these days, it seems. I mean, they could be testing all kinds of AI technology on citizens. This is why I also say nothing would surprise me if in 20 years or 30 years it came out that there were all these staged events that happened to basically test technology out on the public. I wouldn't be like, oh my God, I can't believe they did that. It would just be like, yeah, that's what they do. Anyway, I guess I'm red pilled to the max, I'm like, I said I was a pink pill. I think I'm like a dark pink pill because I think there's some black pill mixed in there. Yeah, I mean, when I understand that I probably seem like I'm parroting a lot of the same shit. It's not. I only think things are an operation if they have the earmarks of an operation. I don't look at everything and say that's an operation, but I really strongly believe that a lot of what we see that's forced down our throats by the mainstream is it's all fabricated, a lot of it, or manipulated at the very least. Yeah, which pill would you take? That's not showing up in the chat. Philly, do you know how to post that in the chat? Or at least I don't see it on my end. Yeah, I mean, Karen Bell, I might be a little bit black-pilled, but I have a little bit of hope. I believe that more people are waking up. Yeah, the whole blue pill thing, I just think that's kind of like normie society. It's more comfortable. All right, so I got E-Potty here. All right, I'm gonna bring E-Potty up. That's E-Potty. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How you doing, man?
Good, man. Good to talk to you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. No, I actually didn't want to talk about this. I just saw Bertie's live today, and I was like, well, he's just going through my whole theory. It's weird to me that this guy did a 180 and he's lying through his teeth. And I mean, you saw Kristen's face, you saw, Sam's face. I don't think Ron even spoke. I mean, they were like, what the F?
Yeah. And you know what's funny that you say that is I could tell exactly what they were thinking, but they were trying to be professional, because
Yes.
they're very professional
Yes.
and they're attorneys. They deal
Right.
with information back and forth with people. That's their career.
I
So,
wanted to tag team one of them because I kept typing in, ask him about the Cleary report. And I brought this up to Bertie. And if you guys don't know this, this is why I'm an outsider to this whole event. The Cleary report is a mandatory report that every university has to produce by October to show all the crimes that are on campus, off campus, student housing, public property. There were zero murders in Moscow on campus, student housing, off campus, public property, and others. None. And I ran it for, it gives you the last 3 years. So I ran it for 2023, 24, 25. And every year, every report, the 2022, there are no murders. In fact, there are no murders at all for all those years.
you should, if you can, try to share that in the Discord.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, because
Absolutely.
look, I've said this, I've talked about it, and I've talked about it on Devil's Advocates. Talked about it with Bertie. I don't discount any possibilities in this case. The main reason why I somewhat hold back and I sandbag a little bit when talking about a staged event or false flag type of a thing, or it's only because I have to be able to hold the opposing ideas that if I'm wrong, then the implications are pretty bad.
Sure.
So that's why I have workshopped so many scenarios.
Right. And this
that
is,
that I can talk with certain people offline about.
Yeah.
And that I'm reluctant. It's not about me. It's not, I'm not worried about me. I'm worried about if you're wrong about something like that, then the implications are serious.
Again, I didn't really want to do this, but my background is acting. I don't recommend this to anybody, but I went to college and I got a degree in theater. And I can tell when people are bad actors, and there are a lot of bad actors. I also follow crisis actors. This is why, one day I was like, what the hell is Ava Wood? Ava Wood's interview was 6 minutes long. She saw her best friend, Emily Allant, outside shivering and with blankets. So she went out to give blankets. Her interview, she says, is, oh, well, I'm used to this because it happened to me in the Thousand Oaks mass casualty event. And I was like, how many lives? Oh, and that one, 13 people died. That was a country music bar and grill, right? This is why what I've been doing now, it's like I just see it now because it's all patterns.
Yeah.
That it's a country music bar and grill. A guy who died in the Thousand Oaks Country Music Massacre survived the country music festival in Las Vegas. And I was like, how many lifetimes do you, it's virtually impossible. And then she comes to this one, and at the time of the murder, they're singing John Denver's song, Country Road, Take Me Back. I'm like, do people really hate country music that much? I mean, this is nuts.
Well, to the point of crisis actors, I did take acting in college as well, and filmmaking as well, as like a side thing, because my major was psychology, but I did a little bit of acting. I wasn't like necessarily trying to pursue acting professionally, but you know, I saw, like, for example, in that Amazon documentary where they're interviewing the friends, right? It's probably the same one you're referring to. And Josie is interviewed, and she's like, everybody's talking about drugs. Like, I know these people, they didn't do drugs. Meanwhile, a lot of other information contradicts that we've heard. So it's almost like people are just brought in to play a role to push a narrative.
Yes.
And so look, you've probably heard me talk about this for a long time. I believe that the surviving roommates were given a narrative. And I think that it would be very difficult for your average citizen to accept the idea that the Matrix has actors that are used to push their agendas. And I think to me, it would make perfect sense. If you wanted to push a narrative, you need people in place that are confident enough to be on camera. They don't have to be good actors just to be comfortable pushing a script on camera. I mean, that to me is not strange at all. That idea would make sense. I think our whole government is a theater company.
Yes. They all are represented by CAA. I saw the news. Joe Biden's being represented by CAA. CAA, it's like IMBD too.
Yeah.
Since when did people get an IMBD page because they're a victim of a crime? That's nuts. Then how about all the soldiers we lost in wars? It's just nuts. Here's something. Did you know that the Brian Koberger's professor that recommended him, only 2 people she's recommended in her 10-year period, and I'm not talking about Ramsland.
Yeah, I know what you're referring to. Yeah,
I think her name is Bulger or Golger or something like that. She never met him. She never met the guy, and she was on the defense list. You don't know this guy. You couldn't pick him out of a lineup. So she did her whatever lessons, classes that he had. It was online through email, and to me that's telling, right?
Yeah. Well, look, man,
you can't talk. You can't teach or understand somebody's character if you don't see the person and interact with them one-on-one.
Right. Well, I always say all the world's a stage, right? It's just, I think that's why I started out talking about the Matrix, right? Because that's the illusion, right? Everything that's presented to us seems to be an illusion. Our government seems to be an illusion. Our representatives act more like influencers than they do like actual representatives.
Have you ever heard the phrase post-constitutional?
I have heard the phrase, yeah.
Okay, so more and more of these pundits are talking post-constitution. So and this is why I thought, yeah, none of our Congress people, they don't represent us. And if you're This is why I'm not affiliated with any political party. Listen, I lived in California, and I was like, oh, let me see what the Green Party's doing out here, or the Democratic Party, or the Republican Party, and I found out that they were all crazy. They don't represent you. They go in thinking they're going to do stuff, but then they're told, you towed the party line. We're going to tell you what you're going to do. And that's why a lot of these freshman congressmen suddenly get into positions of power in little committees. And like, how the hell did this person hasn't done anything?
Well, one of the things, one of my theories about it is, I believe, bear with me, I believe, first of all, anybody who's heard me say this in the past, I apologize, and I'm going to repeat myself. The CIA has nothing whatsoever to do with national security. They were created by Wall Street to forward big business, elite interests around the world. So I believe that many, just like what happened with Operation Mockingbird in the media, I believe the CIA recruits and places people into the government that are there to play a role. And they're either there to be, a useful idiot who acts like they really care about certain causes, but they're there to play a role, to be an actor, basically. I believe that they are recruited, and then they get the support through that network. The CIA is connected to all the elite power structures, and they're installed. And I believe that they are, most of them are essentially actors. Now, that's a tricky discussion, because there are some people who, on the surface, you would think are good people who stand for something. I would argue that the ones that do get ousted because they're not playing along with the game. And so I think that I make this reference all the time. Our government is a theater company. They have these two sides that pretend to be against each other. Meanwhile, they're all probably doing blow in these DC parties together, and then they have to play their role at, when they get on the floor.
Well, Joe, I left my cocaine in the White House. Can you get that for me?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, so yeah, I think we're largely on the same page. I think that the bigger idea, the overarching idea, is that there is an illusion that we have been living under. And I think that the power structure has seen that illusion is dissolving a little bit. It's losing its effectiveness.
Yeah.
I have a theory that PSYOPs have a shelf life. I think PSYOPs, just by their very nature, wear off after a certain amount of time. And the power structure knows this.
I think the internet destroyed the deep state. We wouldn't be able to be talking like this if it wasn't for the internet. We'd just be getting the mainstream media narrative.
Right. Well, it's a tricky thing, right? Because it works both ways, right? They can also utilize that for propaganda because it's such a wide-reaching tool. But like everything, it's a double-edged sword, because that's why they're pushing so hard for censorship and tracking everything, right?
Yeah, it doesn't work, though.
No, it doesn't work, but
look at COVID. Everybody's eyes opened after COVID. That was the biggest mistake.
Yeah, they overplayed their hand.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they overplayed their hand. They see the awakening happening, and I think this is why, and I've talked about this before, they have accelerated so much in their, trying to get power and control, because they see the awakening happening. So they're panicking. Now, I think that I don't know what causes awakenings. I don't know if it's just information. It could be like, I believe in a collective consciousness.
Yes, I do too. Let me just, I'll quote you a scene from a movie, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. He's making Devil's Mountain, but he has no concept. He doesn't understand why he's building it, and then he makes the connection when he sees Devil's Mountain on the TV. And the French guy goes, yeah, there may be thousands of people who are getting the same image, but they're not putting two and two together. They haven't made that connection again. I think that that's quite possibly what we're doing, what the public's doing. You know, you need it's life is a journey. Everybody has their own journey, and it'll lead you to truth or lies. I mean, yeah, if you want to pick the blue pill, stay in that world.
Yeah. Well, look, man, I really I always like your take on things.
Thanks, man. I appreciate you listening.
Yeah, come back up anytime, dude.
Will do.
Please keep engaging.
All right.
All right, thanks, brother. All right. Yeah, it's always interesting to talk to E-Potty. He and I share some similarities in the way that we think. He's a big thinker, and I like talking with people like that because, like, for example, when I talk with Birdie, sometimes Birdie says things, the way that he frames it is different than the way that I frame it. So when I hear him say certain things and the way that he frames the idea, it's different than I would frame it. And so it makes me kind of, it stretches my brain a little bit. Yeah. So I see we got some more cats in the deep state. So you guys are part of the deep state now. I don't know if you guys know that or not. You found your people, the Foxy Blackbird. That's right. No censoring here. I try not to be mean in the way that I address things because, I don't want to say things and come across like a dick, but sometimes it's very frustrating for me to try to talk to normies about certain ideas that I believe are bigger ideas. And you can't have a conversation if someone's not open to the bigger ideas. So the chat is dropping some bombs, man. So it's interesting because I think there's, like I said, this awakening that's happening. But when you are at the forefront, when you're a pioneer in something, a cultural movement or an awakening, you take a lot of heat sometimes. You get people try to marginalize you because it's just like the philosophers, right? They were ostracized and demonized because they were presenting big ideas to people that were challenging to the power structure. And I think I'm not putting myself in that category. I'm just saying whenever you have people that think a little bit ahead of the mainstream framing of things, or they think outside of that Overton window, it's threatening to people. All right. I'm just checking out the chat here. And if somebody wants to come up, Philly put the link in the chat. E-Potty still wants to discuss time. I'll say this, and we can save that for another, because that's probably a long discussion, but we could get into it tonight. But I think that maybe our perception of time has shifted, because I believe the amount of and the type of information that we're bombarded with changes the way that our brains work. I think it's being done deliberately in many cases. But I don't know. I mean, I'm open to discussing that. But I think from a psychology perspective, I would consider the idea that our perception of time has changed. Well, Zelensky definitely is an actor. I would argue there's probably a lot of people. I would argue people like AOC, where she's just an actor. I believe that there are others that are just actors. You know, I think we're living in the Matrix world, right? Everything is staged. Keep the peasants distracted, keep them entertained. Give them just enough so they don't revolt. Give them a little razzle dazzle. Tim Dillon, for anybody out there, I always recommend Tim Dillon. He's brilliant, and his ability to just rant is almost unmatched. Yeah, Karen Bell, the mind is very, very powerful, but the mind is also very malleable and susceptible to suggestion. Well, when you're young, right, you think like you're in school, man. You just can't believe you have to spend that much time in school, and it drags and drags and drags and drags. You get older, that same amount of time doesn't feel, I think it's the relativity idea. It's all relative. Shelley Klein, some say the government is trying to play out revolutions in the Bible. I believe it. They are all nutballs. Look, think about this. A lot of times people that get into power were led to believe they're these brilliant leaders and brilliant people. If you trace back the background of a lot of these people, like Candace Owens talks about this a lot. They're like, oh, they're just brilliant, these brilliant people. But you look, they were carried along. People like Bill Gates, he didn't create shit. Even Steve Jobs, he didn't create shit. He found other people to create things. He was basically the PR guy. Bill Gates, they all come from privileged backgrounds where they look at Zuckerberg, look at all of these guys. They weren't self-made men like we're led to believe. If you have money and some connections, and you can get really smart people to do the work for you. And I would argue that is all right. So Candace could be controlled opposition. I look at here's my take on this. Green Eclectic Mama. All right, check it out. Think about this. I think Tucker Carlson is probably CIA, but because he talks about things like that are very, very populist, people are like, yeah, Tucker, and he's very entertaining. So I can say Tucker's probably CIA, but he's very entertaining. And if some of his information is useful, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. You just have to be aware. Where are they trying to steer me? What ideas are they trying to steer me towards? Are they trying to keep me locked in the matrix? Because you'll find that is a common thread with a lot of these very high profile people in the media and content creators now. They ultimately they take you down a path and they get your trust, but then if you don't pay attention, they steer you right back towards the matrix. I agree with you. Green Eclectic Mama, you think like me? Yeah, be careful who you follow. I mean, I say this all the time. I can like somebody's content and like what they have to say, but I'm wise enough now to know that they could be steering me down a path, and I pay attention to that. So I never give them too much credit. I take what's useful to me, and then, you know, I throw away the things that are not useful, and then I don't let them steer me. Oh yeah, I mean, Facebook. I know all about this. Yeah, Facebook was just like Palantir was a CIA contractor. Facebook started out more or less the same. Philly, you want to jump up on stage? You want to talk to the deep state for a minute while I go get my rooster off the roof? Where's my handler?
I'm
Are you
here.
there? Okay, I'll be
Yeah.
right back, okay?
Yes. Green Eclectic Mama, I am so intrigued. I wish you would call in because I think that typing is hard to understand because you had said that you thought Candace and Tucker were opposed opposition because of what happened to Charlie or before? Hi, E-Potty. Go Birds. Where did my Green Eclectic Mama go? There she is. It was just what she was putting out after. I don't know. I don't feel like. Oh, I would love to discuss that with you. That's a good, okay. I get where you're coming from. I please go up. We if you want to be anonymous, you can. I love it because I'm so knee deep into this Charlie Kirk thing. I would love for people to come up and just discuss what their thoughts are because you're right. There's a lot of information out there. It's split, right? There's one side that wants you to think one way, there's another side that wants you to think another way.
Well, are you talking about Charlie Kirk scenario?
We are.
Well, I'll tell
and
you,
controlled opposition.
yeah, one of the things that I thought about, and again, just a thought experiment, is that what if Charlie was CIA, right? He was just like they do. They get people into these programs when they're young. They may have family connections connected to it and so on. And they bring them up as someone that has influence and they spread a message or whatever. So I've thought about that scenario. Now, Candace Owens, I don't know. Like she's very engaging and she's very controversial. And I think if you were going to co-opt people, so what a lot of times in the CIA, these people are not, they're working a cover, right? They're not like on the CIA roster. They become operatives. They get a cover. So if you have somebody and their job is to be a part of the media, well, that's their job. That's what they're tasked with doing. Now, whether they are someone that is, knows there are bad things being pushed on the public, or maybe they believe in the greater good and they believe that this is the way you keep, society moving the direction that it needs to move. That's why I don't put it past anybody that gets to a very high profile
Okay.
position.
I'm just going to say this. I think Charlie was I think he was a pawn. And I think he found out he was a pawn. I think he did find out too much. And I don't think that was the way. I think this is my theory, guys. I'm open. I think he was a good person. I think he found out too much. He found out what part of the game he was, because he was a gate kid. If you go back to his past, he was a very brilliant kid. And some people have that ability that they just shine. And he could probably sell you a piece of dirt, right? To the highest bidder. And I think he found out, and I think he wanted out. And I think that's what got him killed.
Yeah, well, I reserve that idea, in my mind as well. I'm just saying the possibility of something like that doesn't escape me, that he could have been an operative all along. Now, look, think about it. People love Tucker, right? There are people that love Trump. There are people that loved Biden. Right? So they wouldn't pick people that nobody likes because they're not going to be effective.
Right.
So I'm just saying the possibility is there that they would do something like that. So all right, I have an idea for a poll.
Okay. Got my pen.
Okay. Of the people that we know of in high profile situations, who do you think is more likely someone that was recruited by the intelligence community to play a role? Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson. Now, when I said the intelligence community, for me, that's synonymous with elites.
But Tucker Carlson admits all this. He admits his connection.
Right. I'm asking, we're just going to throw it up in a poll.
And yes, Ipati, Charlie Kirk is dead. Dead. Go ahead.
I would say, all right, so Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Sean Ryan, and let's see, think of another one. What's another one that's Candace Owens?
Okay. And you want me to say what about them?
Which one is more likely working as an operative?
Oh, I could answer that, but I'll put that up.
Well, no, I'm not asking you.
Okay, guys, so I did research. So there's a whole thing so we're on StreamYard and YouTube. So there's this whole thing that JJ and I have to do offline to get the polls to publish to YouTube. So just do 1, 2, or 3 in the chat for me. And then we'll have to do it from there.
It's 4, right? It's Charlie Kirk.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Tucker.
It's 4.
Right? It was Charlie Kirk, Tucker, Sean Ryan, Candace.
I'm doing it now. New poll.
Look, Ipati, I've said it a million times. I'll say it again. Nothing would surprise me. Now they could all be. Wait, is there a way to put it all of the above?
Yes.
Because it's plausible. Yeah, Ipati, I saw that. It was very interesting. You notice Tucker didn't say a thing when Putin called him out, and he's been called out other times as well. And he gave this whole story. Oh, I had done cocaine within the last year or whatever, so they didn't take me. I was like, come on, do you really think someone that's going to work in operations whose father was the head of the Voice of America is going to be eliminated from being in the CIA because he did coke? Please. So Yeah, I haven't figured out what the issue is with the poll thing too. I looked here on StreamYard where you make the polls, but I didn't see anything that said post in the chat. I didn't see anything like that.
It won't let me do a 5.
Okay,
It
so
won't let
just
me do a
4.
4. Yeah.
Okay, that sucks that we can't get it in the chat.
JJ, I already looked up how we can put it in the chat, but there's something we have to do in the background
Okay,
that we can't do right now.
yeah, that's fine. I mean, people can just give the
Everybody did show
numbers.
'em right.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. The poll is changing. Yeah, I mean, look, they could all be. I mean, that's the reality as far as what plausibility. They could all be. It's just this is what I'm talking about. All the world's a stage. Ooh, Tucker's in the
But
lead.
are they knowingly?
Well, then you're
Knowingly.
getting
That's
into
the
like
difference.
the useful idiot kind of
Right.
angle. Well, look, there are levels to that, right? It may not be something that's explicitly written into a contract, but people know what they're doing if they're smart.
Who said that?
You
I
know
love
where
it.
you're
Shirley Klein.
who
I
butters your bread.
absolutely agree with you. He was used. He was used in a lot of ways. I feel like towards the end of his life, he woke up and realized his wife was a handler. He was surrounded by handlers and he was used. And that's why I think he really is dead. Now, my question with the Charlie Kirk thing is, did they really mean to kill him? I think I go back and forth. I think it was meant to scare him and it accidentally killed him, or they meant to kill him. I mean, I feel like he's dead either way, but I don't know if they meant to kill him.
So let's throw up another poll. This is a really controversial one.
See how he works? Go ahead. I got my pen.
Was the Trump assassination attempt
Oh, come on. We know what this is. Okay.
staged? Number one, was it staged? Number two, was it a warning? Number three, was it a failed attempt by some rando kid? Or 4, was there was somebody else behind an actual assassination attempt and the kid was just a patsy?
So real. Was it real?
Yeah, but
warning failed attempts are real.
Well, the last 2, the 3 would be real. It's just, was the kids really just
right by the kid?
Right, and then 4 would be was
Iran
the kid part of a or somebody?
Right.
Right. So the first 2 are, staged, right? Was the first one, right? What was the second one?
Warning.
A warning.
Third one was failed attempt by that kid.
Loner
Oh,
incel.
but then we'll have to dig into the whole court competoir thing that's all starting to come out now. His wife started to speak out, but I'll stop there because now.
Well, that's something we could get into at another time.
Oh man, you guys are divided on this one.
And I've got another one. I've got another really good one after this.
Okay. So with the controlled operative, everybody but Sean Ryan, from what I'm seeing.
Well, people when they like people. See, I can like Sean Ryan. I can like listening to Tucker. I can still like them and I enjoy listening to some of Candace's stuff. I can like them and also say, yeah, but they're probably working as intelligence operatives. So I can do both. Where's the poll, man?
Oh my God.
Come
I'm
on.
typing as fast as I can.
Type faster.
Do you guys see what he does to me? And this is just when you guys are here.
Brandon Rudder, what's up?
What was the kid's name? Failed to tell. I'm just gonna put my kid. I can't
Just
remember.
loner. We're just for shits and giggles. Loner, incel. You know,
I
like
said by kid
they
because you're
love
making
that.
me.
They love
You're
that
making me type
narrative.
too fast.
Okay.
Who's here? I didn't even get to say hi to the new people that came in. Hi, Brandon Rudder. Oh, let me share the call-in link again.
Oh shit! I took that off the screen by accident.
What did he do now?
Dark Side
guys?
Tracy, what's up? I'm just
What
trying
did
to
he
say
do?
hi to people. I'm not great at staying. I have these progressive lenses on my glasses, so like to really read the chat, I have to tilt my head up, or else I can't read everybody's name. So
The
I'm missing.
widow thinks it's government inside. Which? Oh
Post,
yeah.
could you post that back up on screen?
Yes. Yes. Corey. Oh yes, the widow. You're correct. Wait. Show this one.
Yeah.
Yes. That.
Yeah. How many people voted on that? Just curious.
Well, that's only 2 because remember, I have to go and manually count the ones on YouTube, JJ, because it's not.
Oh, okay. Is it? Well, it's not showing up on YouTube, is it?
No, they're putting in numbers, so I have to go and manually count it.
I got you.
Guys, do you see what he does? Do you see what he does?
It's my job. Yeah, I mean, I tend to think it was staged.
Yeah. Overwhelmingly, it's staged.
I mean, look, guys, this is what they do. It's you could like I'll when this happened, like that day, one of my brothers called me, who doesn't call anybody. And he was like, that was fake. He was like going crazy. He's like, it was fake. Look at all the people behind him. They're actors. And I hadn't really looked into it much yet. So I was just like, well, I have to see. He's like, I'm telling you, it was fake. And at first I thought, oh no, it was like a warning, et cetera, et cetera. And then as time went on, I'm like, kind of interesting how they have no interest in getting more information about it.
You could tell by the way the Secret Service moved.
Yeah.
As I shared with many of you before, I was married to a Fed who did that detail for his first inauguration, by the way. You could tell by the way they moved. And somebody said in the chat, I'm sorry, I have to go back, who said it. Was it ePod? Like the picture that they got, that fantastic picture that they got when had the blood on him and everything. You could totally tell.
Well, I mean, it's, what happens is, how with like the Idaho 4 case, we've talked about how someone will play like some footage. They'll do like an audio analysis and people will have they'll be sure that this is what the person said, right? People have their own biases and they can be open to suggestion. So if someone puts like captions, what they think is being said, other people are like, yeah, that's what it sounds like. If you're watching an event like that happen and it's your bias is that, oh, they're sending a warning or this side or that side was trying to get them. And then that's what you're going to be more inclined to believe. But
Brandon Rudder, you're sorry, JJ, you're correct. The way they slowly walked him out, it was just, if you watch it, and if you can pick up just the subtle, like those roofs would have been secured. I know when Trump was first inaugurated, the first time, and my ex was on that detail. The stuff that goes into securing that place happens a month ahead of time. Like they screw in all of the the sewer covers, those stores, where they walk down the avenue, those stores are all closed. There's no way that this happened the way it happened. Sorry, JJ, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you see an event happen and you're already predisposed to one way of thinking, that's going to influence what you believe happened. But if you can detach from it and look at it and think about, usually if all these different things don't add up and they're wacky coincidence that this security weakness happened and then this one and all these things just so happen to fall apart, things that are done very systematically and methodically all collapsed, then you start to be able to see that oftentimes if things look a little too perfectly aligned to be coincidence, they usually are not coincidence. So it's just hard because we're all open to being influenced based on our biases, and that's just the way humans work.
With lovely me. Okay, so there's two scenarios to this, and I would love JJ's take on this. So yes, one, I feel like it could have been staged just to get the public behind him. Two, there is information that said that he took this money from Muriel Adelson and then said he was going to screw her, and maybe this was her way of scaring the crap out of him. Those are my two thoughts on that.
I, in my opinion, I'll give you a few scenarios of what the reason would be, in my opinion. Here's one. If he is really going to work for the deep state, so to speak, the oligarchs, the matrix, right? He's given you all his talking points. And by the way, this isn't political to me because I hate them all. So when I talk about this stuff, I don't frame it in a political way, just to get that out of the way. So if he was really working for the matrix, right, and he wasn't going to really do any of the things that he was promising the public and his supporters, what better way to kind of grease the gears than to have this insane event that makes him come out, fight. It gets the public emotion all riled up. That's badass. And Mark Zuckerberg, oh, that's badass. All these people who just pick whatever political ideology serves their interest at that time are all of a sudden Trump supporters and meeting at the White House. This is how the Matrix works. They play these games, right? They play with people's minds, because if you can get people emotionally invested in something, it's harder for them to pull away from it. So I think that is, in my opinion, the most likely scenario. But another scenario it's just to make it appear like he is going against the deep state. He's going against them, and they stage it because they want to make it look like, people don't want him into office because he's going to fight the deep state. In my opinion, it's one of those two scenarios. Anyway, that's just my take on it. So we have any other takers who want to come up and shoot the shit with me a little bit? I mean, it's funny, I understand how people get emotionally invested, with people and with their ideas and as a personality or whatever. I totally get that. That's what we do. That's why society has always needed heroes. That's why, the hero's journey, Joseph Campbell, the hero with 1,000 faces. That's what Star Wars was based on. These archetypes, the hero archetype, it's embedded in our evolutionary DNA. the hero's journey, the guy who fights the odds, the guy who goes on the journey, and he goes through all these trials and tribulations, and it comes out, in the end, transformed. That's how all movies are structured. Yeah, I agree, Brandon. I totally agree. He's a cult of personality, right? That's what it is. I mean, look at how does Zelensky, an actor, become the president of Ukraine? It's because he was installed. Look, once you see it all, you can't unsee it. Now, while I'm waiting, because I know people are chomping at the bit to come up on stage, I'm gonna present this idea. We are in a point in time right now where the facade is cracking. And they know everything we're doing right now is getting filtered through algorithms that are, recording the temperature of the public on different topics. Everything we do online, they know where the awakenings are happening. They know what narratives are out there. They're well aware of all this. I think because they see that the facade is cracking, they're, like I said earlier, they're accelerating, right? They have to, because it's getting away from them. The power structure has always had the luxury of us lowly peasants accepting whatever they're shoving down our throats. And I was thinking about this earlier today. Think about this. I did an episode that discussed this, about the whole power structure and the banking cartel, and all the prices of everything go up. So people just go, well, I guess that's just the way it is now. Everything's expensive. Oh, I guess everything you buy, it's cheaply made, and it's going to break after a certain amount of time, but yet you're still paying more money for it. I guess that's just the way it is. People have sort of settled into accepting everything. And I often see in comments, well, what are we supposed to do about it? Each person lovely me, yeah, it needs to be soon. I am truly exhausted. Well, you and me both. When you take action individually, just like you file a FOIA request, or you email your state government or local government, these little things, it empowers you. I'm telling you, it does. It really, truly does. You feel it. They don't want us to be engaged. Our whole governmental system was structured. It was supposed to be that citizens are engaged. But what has happened is we've disengaged. And so that has given the power structure more power, because they basically just go about their business doing whatever they want. And the only pushback they get is comments on social media and this fake political theater that we see all the time on the mainstream media, and these theater shows when we have hearings on the floor and in the government. People taking small actions add up, and they become like the old saying that the whole is more than the sum of its parts. Each person does little things to engage. It spreads. It has a way of spreading, in my opinion. And I think we feel like we're up against it. What can we do? And if you just accept that, like the bystander effect, oh, somebody else will do it, then that's what they're relying on. They want you disenchanted, discouraged, frustrated. That's what they want.
Got the bystander effect a little bit?
Well, like, we've heard about the bystander effect
Mhm.
a lot in like crimes. Like
Right.
right, you'll hear about it. And I did an episode where I talked about this, where I think in society, we're experiencing a bystander effect where people are like, this shit's so bad that's going on. Somebody else in a position of power has got to be doing something about it.
Mhm.
Right. So we're all guilty of it. And that's kind of why they like us all fighting on social media and watching content and being outraged. That's
Well, it's
why,
not only that with the bystander effect, you see a lot of good people step in. They step in, they try to help, and then what happens?
yeah, they get
They
marginalized or squashed or
and they're the
attacked.
villain, or they get sued, or they get put right. So
To see, I think a lot of that is these are all controlled opposition
okay.
people. I
Mhm.
think that they are put there to get shot down so that it discourages the public. We have to laugh at the elites, guys. We have to take a different approach. We have to laugh at them, just that they think we're so stupid. And we have to do this. Is why I'm a big believer in building communities. Look, Whitney Webb talks about it all the time. People say to her, well, you're reporting on all this stuff. What are we supposed to do about it? And every single time she gets asked that, she says the same thing. You have to build communities, smaller communities, because the centralized system that we're in is not meant to serve individual communities. It's meant to serve a very small percentage of people. And that's why people building communities. Look, I used to be pissed when I would hear Tim Pool talking all this divisive shit, the leftists, this and this, that, and blah, blah, blah. And I would say, well, okay, tell people what to do. Give them some info. And what I always say is like individual action. People can do things on their own. You can write letters or you can email. Like I have sent I've emailed the Colorado government numerous times. I've emailed the FAA. I've sent tons of very strongly worded posts, X posts to the Colorado government, which of course they never respond to. But just doing little things, they expand. I know it sounds weird, but I really believe that they do.
No, I'm with you. I think all those things that are happening to wear us down, to get us to like not stand up, to just get us to like back up, put us in our little caves,
What's up,
you
Siggy?
know, let's,
Yeah, they
you
want
know what I
us
mean?
in our
It's just
silos.
shut up. Yeah. Put us in our silos.
Yeah, they want us in our echo chambers. That's why I say I don't give a fuck about this party versus that party. They're
Mhm.
all crooks. They're all crooks. My old Italian grandmother growing up used to be like, call these politicians crooks. Now, I was a little kid. I didn't know what my crazy grandmother was talking about in her heavy accent. But there's a wisdom that people have, and they want you to believe and they want you to think, oh, don't trust your lying eyes. That's why they're pushing all the AI shit. They want to rewrite history. I just talked about this in the Animal Farm video. What do
Mhm.
all totalitarian systems do? They try to rewrite history. And I recommended the Academy of Ideas. If anybody hasn't checked it out on YouTube, I highly recommend it. The Academy of Ideas on YouTube. Fantastic channel. Leah Story, what's up, dude?
Nobody wants to come and talk to you, JJ.
I know, man. Jesus. I scare people sometimes, I think.
He's really not scary. He's like a little feral cat. I mean, sometimes you got to like waterboard him and put him in his cage, but most of the time he'll let you pet him.
Yeah, I try to be a docile little.
You're not docile.
Yeah, the veil is lifting, Ipati. I agree. I've been saying that, man. It spreads. Awakenings. What do I talk about a lot? Tipping points. Tipping points happen. And like Malcolm Gladwell wrote about, he wrote Tipping Point and he wrote Blink. I've read those books. I read his book, Talking to Each Other. Just interesting ideas, sociological ideas. Everybody's an actor, E-Potty. Birdie and I just talked about this. The technology, what we have access to, we think we've got this badass AI shit. The tech, they are like 20 to 30 years ahead of us, what the military and the intelligence agencies have. So just keep that in mind when you're talking about surveillance footage, when you're talking about like, oh, I wanted to talk about the Tyler Robinson thing. I just reminded myself. At Utah State University, where Tyler Robinson went for one semester, he was like a 4.0 student in high school. He got like almost a perfect score on his ACT test. He goes to Utah State for one semester and then he drops out. Well, what does Utah State have? It has the CAI program, Center for Anticipatory Intelligence, which is run by the CIA. Literally, it's run by CIA officers, former high-ranking CIA, quote unquote, former high-ranking CIA officials. In my opinion, Tyler Robinson, just like Luigi Mangione, they're operatives, actors, if you will. They're playing a role. That's my strong opinion about those cases. And I used to get myself in trouble on Devil's Advocates because I would say, these are just actors / operatives. But, I understand that for people that want to dig into information, they think that me saying that means don't dig into any information. What I would argue is just know that what you're looking into, a lot of it could be just red herrings designed to steer you off course and distract you. Oh, wait, definitely. Sorry, I missed that one comment. Hold on. Yeah, Siggy, you remember old me? I was on Devil's Advocates once upon a time. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, CAI, CIA, that's cute. They always like to do that kind of shit. Hold on. Do I talk conspiracies? Leah Story, did you just ask me if I talk conspiracies? Of course I do. Gotten myself in trouble. All right, I missed a comment that I'm trying to backtrack and find. Damn it. I missed, there was a comment I wanted to throw up. Oh, man.
Do you remember kind of what it said? I'll find it for you.
Hold on. I think I'm getting closer to where it was. Hold on. Damn it. Oh, here. Lynn Marie said, what about BK? I've been saying for the longest, I'm sorry. It's Lynn Mai. I've been saying for a long time that I think BK is an operative. He was brought in to play his part, to serve a much larger operation. I've not diverted from that. I have not seen anything that has changed my opinion about that at all. Okay, let me blow dry my hair, and then I will ask you about one that all my friends would get mad about. Bring it on, man.
We are here for it, Leah.
No
Bring it
censorship
on.
here. Yeah, I get into a lot of different stuff, and I always try to connect it to other things. So I don't believe anything is in isolation. You can always, my brain naturally makes connections with things. Oh man, I go to click on a thing on a comment and then it passes me by. Yes, I watched the whole Cyray interview, Brandy J, and I dropped some comments that he is a advocate for the surveillance industrial complex. That's my take, and that I believe he will be advocating for more domestic surveillance technology in the future. So I think we should pay attention to that. Yeah, Leah, if you're out there, you jump on stream. You're welcome to. I think that we can post the link again in the chat if you want to pop up, and we could get down to some nitty gritty. Hey, Turkey Creek gal, what's up? Good to see you. Welcome. Yeah, tonight is sort of like an anything goes night. And you guys know that I like talking about a lot of different types of stuff. I actually enjoy it. I like different ideas, and I don't get offended by ideas, and I don't think about, like, I don't need to agree with somebody to consider their ideas. Leah, go blow dry your hair. Thank you, Siggy. Yeah, I mean, I've always been weird in the way that I think about things my whole life. The way that my mind, for some reason, analyzes things. And in college, when I would write about things, I would frequently get pulled aside, and professors would say, I like the way you broke that down and the way that you analyzed it, because that's what my brain is good at. I suck at math. With numbers, I'm dyslexic, so I'm abysmal with that. I can get through it, but I'm not good at it. But when it comes to ideas, my brain has a weird way of breaking things apart and putting it back together. All right, so I'm just it's funny because let me think here. I keep on so this right here, Lin Mai. So you're talking about what I was saying, I'm assuming, about BK. I've been saying that for a long time, and I've gone into detail about how that theory explains a lot of the peripheral things in that case, in the Idaho 4 case. Because here's the overarching thing for me with the Idaho 4 case. What I look at is patterns. That's just the way my brain works. And when you have learned enough, you don't have to be an expert, but if you've learned enough about operations and how they work, you start to develop recognition for the patterns of operations. And I started to see that in the Idaho 4 case. The two first main things that stuck out to me in the Idaho 4 case were, number one, the 8-hour delay, how it was totally downplayed in the media, and how the surviving roommates weren't even considered as being suspicious. That was the first big one for me. First red flag. Second one was that all the mainstream media were quickly in lockstep about it. The third thing was that when the Brent Kopacka standoff happened, nobody in the media really addressed the idea like, oh, could that be connected to the Idaho 4 murders? If it was mentioned, it was brushed over and never even considered. Which, if you were doing good faith investigating, you would think, that's kind of crazy that this crazy standoff happened not far away in the same time frame. Just things like that start to make me question. And once I start questioning, then you start to be more critical. What's up, hole 6443? Welcome. I think that the Idaho 4 case, in my opinion, is just like the Charlie Kirk assassination. It's just like Luigi Mangione and just like Nancy Guthrie. High-profile events that are going to be used for some agenda. And I say it all the time. Don't only look at the event itself. Look at what happens as a result of it. Brandon Rudder, I was watching some of that on A's. Did Brent ever appear on camera? Not just his voice. I watched a lot of that video too on Devil's Advocates, and I don't recall. I didn't watch every minute of it. I watched a lot of it. I don't recall if he was ever clearly visible. And you know what I could say about that, right? You could staged, maybe distraction operation, maybe. I don't know. Okay, hold on. Are you referring to me, Shelley Klein? If you are, I'm not sure what a star child is. Please elaborate. Yeah, I got you, Brandon. I know. I figured that's what you were talking about. Yeah, I mean the Mowich thing. Lovely me. Think about this. Why were all these peripheral things that would logically be very strange surrounding in close proximity to the Idaho 4 case be swept under the rug? If think about it, if we were really investigating something in good faith, you would be like looking into all of these different angles. Wow, what was that all about? What happened? Why wasn't this person investigated more? What was going on, right? That's why the media, to me, is just nonsense propaganda. Yeah, I mean, Lynn Mai, like I talked about that when on Devil's Advocates, when I was on there and we talked about the Nancy Guthrie case. I said, just watch what happens down the road. They're going to push the Othram DNA database or some similar DNA database. Oh, if we had more robust DNA information, or if we had more surveillance cameras, either we could have solved this right away or maybe prevented it from happening. And sure enough, you just got to wait long enough. And then they start using these cases. What they're doing is they're grooming the public to ask for these things. That's what they're doing. They're grooming us to welcome more surveillance. Oh, I just tried to click on that. Yeah, gray pill holes. We can make one. I mean, I'm kind of like a mix between red, white, and black. It's just like personality types, right? You're never just one personality. You have like dominant traits, and then you have, you know, more recessive personality traits. Yeah, I mean, green.
I think the Nancy Guthrie case was to promote flock cameras, because if you do your research, there was a big fight in that area of Arizona about flock cameras, and they got taken down, and there were no flock cameras in that particular area because the people rose up and, you know, they said no, and then all of a sudden this happens, and we don't have any surveillance that they state they would have had if we would have had flock.
Yeah, I mean, and there is no end to the levels that to the lengths rather that these people will go to get what they want. The power, the Great Reset is in full effect. They have laid it out openly what they want to do. They've openly stated their goals: reduce the population, create basically a surveillance state. You will own nothing and be happy. And what is playing out today? Right? The big banks are buying up residential property. They're making it harder and harder for people to buy property. They're pushing surveillance. There's all kinds of natural disasters happening in different areas. And look who goes in and rebuilds those areas. Pay attention to that. Look at the usual suspects that always move into these areas and take over after a catastrophe happens. They're building their world that doesn't benefit citizens. But what they do is, if they can get the appearance of support for their agendas, well, then other people, like I talked about earlier, will go, well, I guess this is what we're doing. And they're more apt to go along with it. All right, Epati, what do you got here? It's extremely, oh, what happened? Okay, there it is.
Yes.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure they do. Their cameras will work, Epati. You can be sure about that.
If you guys go back and research with the whole flock in that particular area, you'll find a lot of information with what happened in that area. The people absolutely did not want it, and that's why there were no flock cameras. And then I feel like this ties into it with the Guthrie case.
I just wanted to put this up here. The Nancy Guthrie case. I just think that case is a classic example of them trying to push the domestic surveillance. Whether it really happened or whether something happened and then they saw an opportunity to use that. For all we know, she could have died, or they, you know, we don't know anything. People think like they know something because the mainstream media tells them a little bit. We don't really know what was going on. What do we got here? Yeah, I was on Green Eclectic Mama. I was on the Devil's Advocates for a while. And that's how I met Birdie, actually. He was doing Mondays with DA. They were doing a co-stream thing on Mondays. And Birdie, I knew of Birdie before, and DA, from following the Idaho 4 case. It was totally random how I ended up ever being on their streams, but that's how I met Birdie. And you know, Birdie and I definitely think alike. You guys, I'm sure, know, you know, Birdie Bombshell's channel, but that I go on Birdie's show on not every Wednesday necessarily, but I've been going on the last several Wednesdays. and I might be doing it pretty regularly. But Birdie and I, he's got to keep me in line because we can go off on some tangents, man. When Birdie and I talk, it probably would be scary for someone to be a fly on the wall when Birdie and I talk. Look, I think the Nancy, just to follow up with that, thank you, Green Eclectic Mama. Look, I love going on Birdie's show and the Hive. I appreciate everybody's support. It's good to find communities with like-minded people. It really restores your faith in humanity. Thank you, Lynn Mai. I've had a good time on the Birdie show. I appreciate you guys checking all that out. And I'm very appreciative of DA and all those guys. And I'm very appreciative of Birdie and the Custody Queens Off the Clock with Ron. I was on their show a couple of times. And I definitely am thankful that those guys have supported me. Whose chat, Brandon? Whose chat is full of schizos? Those are probably my kind of people, man. What are you trying to say? But I like diversity of ideas. I don't have to agree with things. As I've gotten older, I've developed a pretty solid ability to be able to hold two opposing ideas. I think when you get older, if you're a certain type of person, hey, sweet Melissa, welcome. All right, I'm gonna tell while I'm gonna go get a drink in a minute. My water is out, but before I do, I'm gonna get up. My handler will come up and hold it down for a minute while I go grab a drink. But where I live in Colorado, and for like a month straight, we had wildfire smoke, really bad. Your mic is on there, Philly.
My bad. Sorry.
I was just letting you know. So we had tons of smoke here, and it was starting to get hot. And believe it or not, a lot of places in Colorado don't have like central air conditioning because it cools off at night. Because I live at a higher elevation, so it can be really hot during the day, but then at night it cools off a lot. So you don't really need air conditioning. But when all the smoke, you have to think about this. Smoke acts like cloud cover. And what does cloud cover do? It keeps heat in. So if it's a hot day, the heat has to escape at night, right? The heat rises and it dissipates. But if you have a cover of smoke, then it doesn't drop as much in temperature. So I couldn't even open my windows at night to cool off. And it was brutal because it was hot as shit during the day. And then I would come home and then the smoke would roll in late afternoon. And it was so bad, you couldn't open your windows. So it has been hot, really hot here, but knock on wood, the smoke has not been bad the last few days. So when we did get a little bit of rain, yeah, I know you guys had wildfire smoke in the Northeast too. We get it. It's really bad sometimes here in Colorado because there's a lot of wildfires out west. And we had a really dry winter. Now, that's a whole other topic that I'm going to do a series on in the future about geoengineering. And I'm going to break it down so even normies that are all in on the climate crisis, I will break it down for you and we can discuss it. And it's something I've done a lot of research into. Colfax and Colorado Springs. Yeah, man, I was in Colorado Springs about a month ago. I was there twice within the last month. I used to hang out in Denver a lot, actually, but I think Denver sucks now, so I don't go there as much anymore. This is funny. I can be schizo and pushed, Brandon Rudder. Yeah, look, man, we got to have differing opinions, and everybody's got to have a place to share their ideas. Yeah, HARP. I'll talk about that, lovely me, for people who don't know. What is that acronym? It's is it High Altitude Oral Research Project? Something like that. I haven't looked into it in a while, but that's basically in Alaska, and they have it's basically like frequency manipulation. Oh yeah, the old airport. Are you talking about the oh yeah, the Denver Zoo? Yep. Did you go check out the secret tunnels at the Denver airport? Do you guys know about that? Oh, Castle Rock, Lenny Moe, what's up? Where'd you go? I go to click on comments and then they move right when I'm clicking on them. How you doing, Lenny Moe? I like Castle Rock. I looked at possibly moving there several years ago. I had a buddy who was living in Castle Rock, and I would go down there a fair amount. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to do a whole series in the future on geoengineering, and it ties in with the extreme weather events we've seen. It ties in with the wildfires. It ties in with a bunch of different things. I will give good background on it all. I'll give examples of how geoengineering technologies have been used and what is real. And like all these people that come out and reveal information to the public are labeled as crazy. Oh my God, they're crazy conspiracy theorists. And then you find out, 2 years later that those technologies were being used. The new DIA. Yeah, that's a good question, Lenny. Is it the new airport that has the tunnels and shit under it? I remember watching documentaries about that. The new airport's wacky looking, man. Yeah, weather manipulation. I talk about, oh God, what just happened? Oh yeah. Oh, that's a big one, Leo. We can talk about that anytime you like. I mean, like I've actually filed information requests with the state, and I reached out to them twice, and both times it kind of steered me. They passed the buck. So I'm going to be, I downloaded information about how to file certain types of information requests. And there are a lot of, like, for example, University of Colorado Boulder has a whole curriculum about geoengineering there. So all the people that say, oh, that's a conspiracy theorist, just look into all the geoengineering companies. Look into all the curriculums at universities about geoengineering. Look at all the investments in geoengineering companies. People watch the news and they hear, if the news doesn't talk about it, it's not real. Or if the news calls it a conspiracy theory, then it's not real. You have to do your own research. Yeah, the murals, Ipati, there's been some interesting documentaries done about that. Yeah, I think it's the new warfare too. I think, Siggy, I had looked up a long time ago. I have it saved on my computer. There's an interview. It's not really an interview. It's like sort of like a conference, small meeting type conference thing where John Brennan, he was the CIA director under Obama, is being interviewed about it. And he talks about geoengineering and how, there's certain people and countries and parts of the world are going to be really upset about it. Because think about it, if you geoengineer in one area, it's going to affect, there's going to be a domino effect, a butterfly effect in other areas. So yeah, we're going to talk about that. I'm going to go get another drink. Philly, you want to jump up for a minute?
I'm here.
All right. I'll be right back.
Okay. Hi, guys. All right. Who wants to jump up on stream and talk to JJ? Just posted the link. Or is there anything that you guys want JJ to talk about when he comes back? Any of my local peeps here with the weather, the crazy weather we're having after the Canadian fires, and now we had all this crazy rain? Yes, E-Potty, you always want to talk about time. Let's talk about the birds. What about New York City? We're not going to talk about the Jets because there's nothing to talk about. The Jets don't do anything. Oh, if I come up, can we talk about Idaho? Since Leah, you guys, whenever you guys come up, you guys can talk about whatever you want. That's what he wants. He wants you guys to steer the conversation, especially when he has these type of lives where anything goes. You guys can come up and just throw out whatever you guys want to talk about. So I'm going to put the link in there for you, Leah. And for anybody else who wants to jump up, you guys can talk about whatever you're interested in. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, any topic that people can get into. And yeah, Leah, if you want to jump up, there should be a link in the chat.
Except for the Jets. We can't talk about the Jets, but we can talk about whatever you want.
The only sports that I follow is MMA. And I'm getting disenchanted with MMA too, because I think all sports, in my opinion, are going to be corrupted by all the betting sites. Oh man, I missed this one right here. Which aspect of time? What is time? There's a guy. He used to go on Joe Rogan years ago. He was Dr. Christopher Ryan. If any of you guys remember him, and he had an interesting idea about time in the sense that, okay, Lenny's backstage. I'm going to bring Lenny up here. Hold on. And Leah. All right. So Leah, can you hang tight for a minute? Okay. Hold on. I'm going to bring Lenny up for a minute. What's up, Lenny?
Hey.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Welcome aboard. What do you got? Talk to me.
Well, I'm Colorado born, and I'm in California now, unfortunately. I was just wondering about the tunnels that you were talking about under the airport.
Yeah, they had apparent. There was a what was that channel? Here, Leah. I'm gonna bring you up also. Okay, you ready to come up, Leah? I'm just gonna bring you on stage also.
Hey.
Hello. So
Hey.
Lenny, they did that documentary. I know people in the chat know what I'm talking about. It was on like the History Channel or something like that. Remember when I think it was the History Channel, started doing like conspiracy type shows? You guys have probably
A little bit,
seen
yeah.
them. Yeah, they did those episodes. They did one on the Denver airport, and there are basically there what do they call them? Like freight tunnels, right? Because
But is it the new airport that was built in 1985?
I think so.
Okay.
Because it wasn't that long ago. I remember it was in the last few years. They did an episode. You could find it, I'm sure. I'm almost positive it's a History Channel.
Yeah, I tried to look it up before we talked. Yeah.
But that's like, look, I watch those shows and stuff, but a lot of times that stuff, it never leads anywhere. They never give you any answers. They always leave it open-ended, right? They present these ideas and they leave it open-ended. So it's interesting, but I will talk more. You're from Colorado.
Yeah.
Then look at what Colorado has in it. It's got Lockheed Martin.
Yep.
Google in Boulder.
Right.
NORAD is outside of Colorado Springs and Northern Air Defense, right? There are a lot of very powerful institutional level entities in Colorado. And the problems that Colorado has been having, and this is the last thing I'll say because I could go on and on and on about it. Pay attention to where the politicians come from. Because all of a sudden it's like, oh, here's the governor, gubernatorial candidates, and you've never heard of them before. And they get elected. And you're like, I've never heard of this person before. Look at what industry they came from. And you will see one of the patterns. You can do your own research. It will be something connected to the banking industry. So it'll be investment banking, global banking, private equity. That's where a lot of these politicians are coming from. And I believe that they get installed and they're there to serve the agenda of others besides the citizens. So that could be a whole separate episode, but I'll just leave it at that.
So my dad, when they were building the DIA, he actually was there with a plumbing company.
Okay.
And he never said anything about that stuff.
But you know what the thing is? It was, they show you in this documentary, they're in these tunnels and they're like, oh, by the way, just along the same lines, Colorado has allegedly got tunnels all over the place.
No way.
That there's like supposedly a pretty robust network of tunnels and like bunkers and things like that in Colorado. And think about it. It would, if you have an area that has a large presence in either military or intelligence, they typically have a lot of facilities that the public may not really be aware of. Information comes out over time, but it's not going to be talked about on the mainstream. So they just don't broadcast it to people.
Right.
But anyway, I you could stay up, Lenny, and we can all have around the horn here.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go ahead and move back to Colorado.
Okay.
And find one of those bunkers for my own safety.
Yeah, you should. Maybe you could find an abandoned missile silo.
I don't know if we're allowed to have a bunker.
Yeah, only the elites are allowed to have bunkers.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember that show? It was like like a prepper kind of show where they would show like it was like a mainstream show, and they would try to like make fun of these preppers basically. Like these people didn't know they were the butt of the joke, but they would, you know how the mainstream is, right? And they would, this guy took an old missile silo and converted it into a bunker. And it was pretty badass. And it reminds me of that show Silo on Apple TV.
Oh.
You guys, if you haven't watched it, I highly recommend you start watching that series, The Silo,
Okay.
on Apple TV. Anyway, what's up, Leah Story? Lenny, you can hang too. We can all chat. It's up to you.
Thank you.
Talk to
Hi,
me,
Leah.
Leah.
When I was just coming in, you're live when I was going to blow dry my hair. I guess something came up about Idaho, and I heard you say that you thought BK is an operative, right?
Yes.
Okay,
true.
and then we listened to Cy the other night, and he really shocked a lot of us. It seemed like I just didn't think Cy would be like that, or he was thought that way, because I always heard that he could prove through Brian's route that he was never near the house.
Right. Yeah.
That's all we heard. I didn't know that he would build up LE like he did. I mean, he was just kissing butt. Excuse my language. And
You can let them. You can drop bombs here, man. I don't mind.
oh, I was in the chat I was right along with everybody, giving him crap.
Yeah. Well, you remember, like, to your point, real quick, like, remember how the narrative all along about Cy is, oh, wait till Cy comes forward with all this information, it's going to exonerate Brian. And then, you know, he basically did the opposite.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then he acts like his car was there. And he said that he turned his phone off. And in my conspiracy theory learning, I learned that even when your phone is off, they can still track you. They can still
they
survey.
probably, I mean, according to Edward Snowden, they can.
Okay.
And by the way, I was there. DA and I drove that route. And we both lost cell coverage.
Oh, okay.
So
he didn't call it that, though.
no, he said it was turned off. But you notice how he said he never explicitly said that they confirmed that it was turned off. What he said was they can determine if you turned your phone off from, you know, the other, not the Cellbrite data. But he didn't. He left that hanging. See, this is what controlled opposition does. They present information that could be interpreted as one thing without explicitly saying it. Notice the way that he finished that off. He said, well, Cellbrite, yeah, they can determine also if you turned your phone off. But then he had a little caveat to that. So he never came out and it said, yes, they confirmed that he turned his phone off. He kind of he got wishy-washy with it.
Never. And then of course he's against Turvey, all the stuff he said against Turvey, which with Turvey, I mean, we were believing him about the hair in Ethan's hand and that kind of stuff. And when it was all over with, I was feeling like, for the first time, I was feeling like we're being mind controlled, like MK Ultra. This whole case is MK Ultra on us. And I got to wondering if it was fake or not. The parents don't, in my opinion, because I've lost children, there's questionable things about them being bereaved parents. And if they want to come at me, because I have questions, you know. And with Cyree, with all the parents, because they never complained about this, about Dylan not calling 911 or Bethany, that they waited 8 hours. There's no excuse for that. If that was my child, I would choke you when I saw you. And that's how I feel. And Cyree was defending her, saying it was a bad choice or a bad decision. And no, I mean, it took the lives of 4 people, that bad decision. And she's not being held accountable because she should know better to call 911 and it not be a bad decision. So I'm just wondering if we're being played with, because I wonder, in real life, no one waits 8 hours to call 911 unless you're in that Greek system, you're under the Freemasons, you're in the rituals, you're being hazed, and you're being told what to do. Everything's a secret, and you got to call them first before you call the law. That's the only other thing, unless we're being messed with.
Well, I wanted to point something out real quick to go off of the first thing you said about him talking about Turvey. One of the tactics, there's a meme about this also, by the way. One of the tactics that they use in this world of controlled opposition is they get people, they put them out there and they play a role, and then they make you think one thing. So like, oh, these people are dropping bombs. These are like bombshell type things and this, that, and the other. And then they have these people giving you conflicting narratives, right? One guy says this is not important at all. Oh, the timeline doesn't matter. Oh, it's the black truck that really matters. Then the other one says it's the clump of hair. And then the other one says, oh, that doesn't matter. It's a way to remember. I've talked about this ad nauseum. A lot of psyops, they're designed to make you feel things and think things and behave a certain way. But one other thing that they're designed to do is two other things: confuse you or distract you. And if you have a bunch of people with all this bombshell information, oh my God, wait till Cyree comes out. He's going to blow this thing wide open. And then he comes out and he basically gives you a narrative that is nothing like the implied narrative that we were hearing up until this point. That's standard controlled opposition, in my opinion. Now, I can't prove any of this about these people, but we don't need the permission of the government, of law enforcement, of the mainstream media to think and say what we believe. We don't need their permission. They want us to believe that we're bad for questioning things. Some of the families in the periphery of this case, if they don't like what they're hearing, they don't have to listen, number one. And number two, don't put yourself out into the public eye if you don't want to be criticized. Right? Like you were to your point about suspicious behaviors. You don't do that. If you believe that they got the right guy, everything's buttoned up and he's gone, he's away and whatever, go on with your life. Don't worry about what other people think about it. I don't care if other people disagree with me. It doesn't bother me. Even about really important things. I don't care. Everybody have their own little echo chambers, do your thing. I don't care. It doesn't change me and what I think and feel and what I'm going to say. So that in and of itself is suspicious to me.
And what about, this is me included, a lot of us admit to this, that the case, we are obsessed with the case. It's like we work and come home and we're on YouTube, obsessed with the case. And it's been that way in my life for the past 3.5 years. Before that, I was into all the conspiracies. I was watching all the conspiracy theory stuff. And then comes this case, and I don't forget what I learned, but I put conspiracies to the side, and that's all we're focused on.
Right.
I've never been obsessed like this with a news story.
Right. Well, first of all, I just want to say welcome, Lucy Morningstar. Welcome, Gulf Coast Bomb, and welcome, Mert. Good to see you guys.
Lucy.
Well, and Rui. What's up, Rui?
Leah, you're
Good to see you guys. Well, Leah, think about it. I kind of got disenchanted with this case a while ago. And if anybody watched me on Devil's Advocates, they heard me talk about it. I got to a point where I started saying, and I was trying to be constructive, we're pulling the wrong threads now. We're basing all of the things that we're discussing on information that they're feeding us, rather than being citizen journalists and critical thinkers and deciding which threads we're going to pull. And looking deeper into those, we're all guilty of it. It's just what happens, right? You get, things are compelling, information is compelling, so you want to dissect what you get. But the fact is, they're just drip dropping out information that everybody's jumping all over, when in fact, maybe that's not the information we should be looking at.
Do you think this is a real murder case? I mean, are we wasting our time?
I said it earlier on the stream that I have workshopped many theories, and some of them I don't talk about a lot, because if I'm wrong, then the implications are really bad, and I don't want to be in that position. Right. Because, we can be wrong, right? We can have ideas. So what I have maintained is that I think that if we look at it the way that I look at it, which is I zoom out and I look at the big picture and then find what I think are the important threads in this case, and we can still get to some version of what we think is most plausible. Now, do I think it's possible that a staged event happened? It's possible. It's very possible. But I say it all the time. We're probably never going to get the truth. We still don't even know the truth about JFK.
Yeah. I just thought of JFK.
1963. Kiss me where I pee. What's up, buddy? Good to see you.
My whole life has been JFK. I was only like 3 years old when that happened.
Yeah.
So I grew up.
I was born in the 60s, but I wasn't alive when JFK got assassinated. And I went down that rabbit hole too. See, I used to say a lot on DA, like, I'm not really a true crime guy. The way I got into true crime was a roundabout way. I studied forensic psychology in college, but my main focus was clinical psychology, and I was going to go to school to become a psychotherapist. I did actually go to graduate school to pursue being a psychotherapist, but I didn't go down that route, and I'm glad that I didn't continue with it, because it wouldn't have been a good fit for me, because I love academics. I'm good at it, and I really enjoy it, but that's a lot of money, for graduate school. And I realize, like, the counseling philosophy does not align with the way that I am, with my nature, because I believe in tough love, and the counseling world probably wouldn't favor that type of thinking.
Yeah, no.
It used to be.
No, that wouldn't.
Tough love used to be pushed.
Right. Yeah.
In the 80s, tough love was the big thing.
And so, but anyway, the point I'm getting at is, years ago, before I even finished my schooling in psychology, I was traveling around the country for a job, like all over the country by myself, driving a truck all over the country, And sometimes I'd have to get from one side of the country to the other by myself. So this is back in the day when cassette tapes, vehicles had cassette tapes in them, and truck stops would have cassettes, books on tape that you could rent, and then you return them at another location
Yeah, I
on your
remember
route.
that.
They would give you a map of where you could return them. And I started getting into John Douglas, his books, like he's the guy who started the behavioral assessment unit in the FBI. John Douglas. He was the original FBI profiler. So I started listening to his books on tape. So I started following the cases about like serial killers and profiling. And then I read a ton of different books about profiling and serial killers and things like that. So I got more into like the profiling / forensic psychology end of it, which obviously aligns with true crime. But I didn't follow like all the true crime shows on TV. I was more like reading books about it and things like that. And so there were only certain cases that I got into following. And the Idaho 4 just happened to be one of them. I don't know why. I would argue that probably the same reasons we all followed it, because it was a compelling case with a lot of unknowns and a lot of information and narratives that didn't make sense. And so to call back to your original point, do I think that a murder happened? We have been fed so much information that's turned out to be inaccurate and suspicious, at the very least suspicious. It makes you wonder how much of what we have been told is even true at all. And I've said it recently quite a bit, talking about the case with Birdie, that I think everything we were told about the case from the start is not accurate. I think the most basic information that we have been told about the case is not accurate. That's my opinion. It's, you know, based on what I see and what I feel in my gut. But it's hard to be able to say, because here's the thing. When you have an idea that's so far outside of the Overton window, acceptable ideas, it's hard to really talk about it because we don't have the infrastructure in place to address things like that. The mainstream media doesn't even acknowledge that false flags happen. They don't even acknowledge that staged events happen. That's the Matrix, right? That's the illusion. And so it's hard to discuss those things. What is Lucy Whitcomb's father owned a ski lodge. An employee of the lodge shot and killed William C. Sullivan, COINTELPRO. Well, there's always connections. People, that's why I always look into people's family connections with anybody that's foisted upon the public. And it's funny how a lot of them have whitewashed biographies. But I don't know. I mean, what do you think, Leah and Lenny? I'll start with you, Leah. What do you think the probability is that there was some kind of a staged event in this case?
The difference with this one compared to all the other ones that I've, through the years, if they're crisis actors, whole families are involved because you can tell they look alike. You know what I mean? If BK is an operative, who really killed the kids? Who's really the perpetrators? Is there real perpetrators if BK is an operative?
Right.
Which I guess if he is, I guess they're trying to find things out. I'm sure it goes along with the T word that they don't want us to say, that goes with human T word, or rugs. I'll go ahead and say rugs, T word, that kind of stuff. I feel like one thing out of the case is they pushed the death penalty being, the firing squad. And I think they want to do that all over the United States. I think that's probably going to be a big thing when they start controlling us more than what they are right now. I guess there's a lot of things that could come out of the case, why they would have staged it, and I'm not being like Alex Jones was with Sandy Hook. I'm not being that way. I'm just really wondering what's going on. I feel mind controlled after Cy Ray's interview the other night. I could feel it. I've never felt it before. Like all of us are being mind controlled. I felt a shift when we went into another live after that one. I felt the shift. Yeah, everybody was mad and everything.
Yeah. So I'll leave that for a second. Lenny, give me your take on the probability of some type of a larger operation, and then I'll comment on both of your ideas.
Okay.
Yeah, I am totally with you on there being an operative. I just think that I don't know. I don't know. I believe that there's CIs that are involved, and it's a total operative. It's an operative, like you said. It is totally taken over the whole crime scene. What I really want to ask you, however, is that, JJ, what do you think our children are going to, how are they going to fare through the rest of this life with all of this stuff happening?
Yeah, well, all right, that's a big one right there. But I'll get to all of that stuff. But the first thing I wanted to say regarding what Leah said is I'll steel man the case for the crimes happening, and I'll give my take on that scenario. So if if that house was involved in some type of an operation, there were CIs in that house, they would have had to have a contact person. So if there was a hit on a CI or more than one CI, let's just say, the powers that be would not want the public to know that due to a program that they were running in a university, it caused the blowback of students getting murders. Right. So that would facilitate a cover-up with the support of both law enforcement and the university and any agencies that were involved. That would also, let's just assume they knew who did it. They knew what it was connected to, and they didn't want that to get out to the public. So they have somebody that was probably working within the research grant stuff that was going on in that area through WSU. So they bring them in. They would have likely, somebody going for a PhD in criminology would likely want to get into higher level, like criminology and profiling and or intelligence or federal level law enforcement. So you bring them in to play their part in an operation that facilitates the continuance of whatever research and things that were happening in the area. And if there was money behind it, they wouldn't want the public to know that these types of things were the cause of something like that happening. So that's my Steelman version for the crimes having happened.
That makes sense. That makes
Right.
sense.
Right. So that's just like one part of it. And then to the bigger picture, and I'll tie this into what Lenny's final question was. We are in a time right now where we are being manipulated for the agendas that a very powerful cabal, if you will, of people in the world who have openly stated goals. We're being manipulated to accept their agendas. And they've dog walked us into this to the point where many are asking for it, right? Protect me. It's better. It's for the greater good, and so on and so forth.
Oh, no.
Now, the way that this is where I differ from a lot of people. And Philly and I have talked about this offline. It's human nature. It's in our DNA to be tribal, right? So they know that they can steer people towards this tribe or that tribe, whether it be political or a social culture or an ideology. They want those things to be dichotomous. They don't want there to be a middle ground. So they steer us. So it's either Kohberger's guilty or he's innocent. They try to bifurcate everybody into separate groups. Now, the way that most people respond, this is just human nature, they pick a side, right? The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? They pick a side. This side's against this other side that I'm against, so I'll join this side. The way the future, in my opinion, is to not, by doing that, what you do is you give power to the system. If you pick a side or a group that they are giving you a choice of, then you are buying into their system. So in my opinion, the way forward for society, for the younger generations to come, is to realize they don't have to make that choice. They can be the ones to break the chain of this tribal where there's only two sides and it's this side versus that side. You're for me or you're against me. And that way of thinking has to be abolished.
Okay.
Because
that makes sense.
That's, in my opinion, that's the only way we get away from this system that we've been steered into. And the way they steer you into it, they create events. They create chaos. High emotion, high impact events that can't be questioned.
But JJ.
What's that? Go ahead.
But JJ, my son, he doesn't really see anything like that. He doesn't know about anything like that. I bought him that book that you told me about, Chaos.
Yep.
I don't think he's read it. He doesn't and will not. He's living like a pristine life. He's not going to see any of this. So what kind of a hope do I have for him and his family?
Well, people have to come to things in their own time. Look, I've got people around me in my life who don't look into any of the types of things that I've looked into. But I will say this. One of my siblings years ago, I mean, this is like 10, 12, 13 years ago, maybe even more than that. It was more than that. It was like, this is like 15 plus years ago. I was talking to him about 9/11. and he's, you know, old school Brooklyn guy, and he just dismissed me. Didn't even. He literally just outright dismissed me. And then years later, and he's not even the type to like call people. He wasn't the most sociable guy in the world. He calls me out of the blue about how he went down all these rabbit holes about 9/11. And then he's like, "You were right." So people come to things in their own time. People have awakenings in their own time. And all you can do is you can broach the subject with them. Many are not going to be open to it. Some maybe never, but some people come around in time.
But I've done that with him, and he's like, he's very religious. So is that a big deal? I mean, is that something that's going to keep him away from knowing what's happening with us?
I'm a Christian too, and I think being a Christian makes me more awake to what's going on. But I will say this with the weather manipulation, you know, all my friends I have my high school friends on Facebook and all that stuff, and I'm from Western North Carolina. The storm wasn't far from my hometown, and I got mocked all the time for the weather manipulation. And when that happened with North Carolina, with Helene, the hurricane coming all the way up from the ocean up to the mountains, you never hear about something like that. And it flooded everybody in the high up mountains too. And a lot of people, some of my friends woke up. They woke up through that event.
Yeah.
I will say that.
I have an old friend who lives in Asheville, you know, where they had those crazy storms and stuff. The thing is, you can't get through to people until they're ready, and they may seem like not ready at all. And you can't force people to open their minds. I've gone through this countless times.
He's holier than thou.
He's what?
Holier than thou.
Well, but you can't do anything. I mean, you can't force people to see things a different way than they're willing to see things. And I've had to deal with it a lot. All you can do is, you know, if you can't really do anything, because awakenings happen. Some people, it never happens. Some people, it's a long journey. Some people are more apt to wake up when presented with certain information. Some people never do. It's a very difficult thing to accept that the reality that you have believed in for your whole life is not really the true reality.
Right.
And I've talked about it a lot. You know, it's very painful to let go of your illusions, right?
Yeah.
It's a very painful process. I've seen it in people. And I can tell you with me, once upon a time, I was just like a dude that, you know, I played sports, I played music, I went out, I did my thing. Birdman, what's up, dude?
Birdie's out there. Hey, Birdie.
Yeah, Birdman. If you got a few minutes and you want to pop up, man, just let me know. Would love to have you.
Lenny, is your son prideful? You said he's holier than thou. Is he prideful?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, very prideful.
The Bible says that destruction comes after pride. He won't get away with that. I mean, God's going to deal with him. God will work on him.
So, I really
hope so. Because God hates pride. He hates it. So, I mean, talking biblically, I'm not trying to be religious, but talking Bible, you know, he hates pride. and God will deal with them, all of us, if we're
Okay.
prideful. I can't say the Bible verse about destruction, pride and
Okay, so-
destruction.
because I can't talk to him about this. I've tried to talk to him about what JJ talks about, and it doesn't go anywhere with him. He thinks I'm crazy.
Yeah.
Well, like this is, I went through this, right? I went through this stuff. Like I was saying, I went through a period where I would be, I was the type of person when I was young that I could talk to people of all ages. I just always had that ability. Even when I was really young, I hung out with older people than people older than me. And when I started to go to I started going to bars in New York City when I was pretty young, well underage. This is back in the day where they didn't even card you. If you could go into a bodega in New York and buy beer. I was like a kid, and they would sell you beer, and you could walk around the city with beer as long as it was in a paper bag, and the cops wouldn't even bother you. So I was like exposed to older people, and I started going to bars, and I'd be sitting at bars drinking a beer, smoking a cig. This is back in the day where you could smoke in bars, and talking to older people, and they would be like, "Oh, it's the bankers, and I was just some young dude, just like, yeah, whatever, man. I'd never thought about it, but
you did.
Years later, I remembered conversations with people when I was younger saying, it's the bankers. I'm telling you, it's the bankers. Now, you don't know what you don't know until you do. And then you have to, the journey has to happen for everybody in their own time. And some people, it doesn't happen. It's just the way it is. So, and no talkie before coffee. Yeah, I talk about cognitive dissonance a lot. It's your brain resists ideas that go against your preconceived ideas, especially deeply held ideas. So I don't know if anybody else wants to come up. I don't know if Birdman has time to come up. I know he's a busy man. He was I saw his post, his comment before, that his mom would like cover her ears and not want to hear it, and some people don't, because think about it. If you've gone through a portion of your life with this belief of how the world works,
right?
Your average person, because of cognitive dissonance, doesn't want that whole reality to be upended.
Exactly. That's my son right there. Exactly.
Yeah, it's one of those things we all have to just accept. I used to get really frustrated when I would like know something and I couldn't get it across to people. But I'll tell you this, I have some very close friends. They're very smart, educated, but they are free thinkers in their own way. But they're also sort of like, they're all about getting things done, and they're busy, and they have a lot going on, and that I've tried to talk to about some of these bigger things like geoengineering and all that stuff. And, they tell me I'm crazy. And then 3 years later, they seem to be waking up about things. And they seem their eyes are opening. And and it's been very good to see that, because I truly believe that there is a shift happening where, because you hear people talk about the Overton window. What is the acceptable sort of acceptable ideas and acceptable range of ideas, and the Overton window shifts over time. Once upon a time, something that happened back in started in spring of 2020, you couldn't question it. And then the Overton window shifts, right? That is what happens. That's why I say it all the time. Awakenings are powerful. And if you awaken, it's like it could have a domino effect.
Mhm.
And that's one of the few things that's going on in the world that gives me hope.
Me too. Me too.
So I don't know if you guys got any other things you wanted to talk about. I don't know if there's anybody else who wants to jump
Yeah,
up. But
come on.
if anybody else wants to come up, Philly's been dropping the link in the chat, and you're all we could shift gears. I mean, you guys know, like, I like to talk about a lot of shit, so we can go as big or as small as you want. We could talk shit about music. We could talk about movies.
I just love to hear you talk.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good thing, because I could talk. I could definitely.
Yeah.
I rarely am at a loss for words. So, but I think, you know what it is? I think for me personally, when I say this, like, I mean, it's like literally my mind goes fast. So I can't help that. That's just how my mind has always been, which is why when I was a kid, I couldn't focus in school, because my mind is going. So it's counterintuitive, right? You would think it wasn't until I learned to control my mind that I did really well in academics, because then I learned how to focus it. But my nature, my inherent chemistry, or the way my brain is wired, is I can talk about a lot of different things. My brain connects dots, and it sometimes it's not great for me, because the way that I have to, I've learned, you learn as you get older how to keep it focused. But it was difficult growing up to be like that, because I'm having a conversation with somebody. I'm sure we've all experienced this, and you're already 5 steps ahead of what they're talking about. Like, you already know where the conversation is going. So it's hard to go through the motions when you already you're there already. You know what they're going to say next, and then you know what the progression is typically ends up being. So it's hard. You have to learn I've had to learn to sort of pull that back. I guess it's like the ADHD type of thing.
Right.
So anyway, I'm just looking to see if there's any comments in the chat that we can throw up here. And by the way, I miss comments all the time, because I can't see the chat that good, like the small writing in the chat. But like, I don't have any problems with people. Here's my policy on people in the Brandy J, do you have a defibrillator? I don't like, how sometimes people will post comments and they'll make shitty comments, right? My whole thing is, you can say what you want. You could tell people their idea is crazy, but you have to step up. See, if you're going to do that, you have to step up and present your case, right? Because you see that a lot. People will be like, "Oh, that's crazy. That's whatever."
No, but then they need to come up backstage.
Yeah, Gulf Coast Bum. Yeah, it's better. It's almost like I should ask people to type in caps, because like I have these progressive lenses. I always tell people, and I have to like go like this to read the chat. So when I'm like this, I can't make out some of the writing. But I think that anybody has, I don't know if anybody remembers when I was on Devil's Advocates, but the only things that would make me go off on somebody was when someone would say something, and then 2 things: trying to censor other people from talking about certain things. That's one thing that'll make me go off on somebody. The other is if someone just makes a comment and doesn't back it up. It's like, step up. that's cool. You think this or think we're crazy. Present your case. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yep.
So like that's what I have no problem with people who have differing ideas. Brandy J, my heart is black and dead. No defibrillator needed. See, I wonder if Brandy J is black pilled. Yeah, E-Potty, man. I've seen some crazy sunsets from wildfire smoke. Like bright red. Like, you know, when you get wildfire smoke, you get a red moon. It's like, that happens every time. Like if there's a full moon, it just happened like a couple of weeks ago. It's red. I tried to take a picture of it, but the camera doesn't want to focus.
I know, mine doesn't either.
Like to get it a good picture of it.
Right.
But for like 3 days, like if I look out my window, is a bright red moon. And that's just from the light refraction from the smoke. Yeah, there's some wacky shit's been going on, guys. I want to reserve, like I promise in the future going to do a whole series about geoengineering. And that's one that is going to require, you know, legitimate preparation and sharing visuals and things like that. And I have a lot of information. It's just going through it and aggregating it all. And I've been busy and I don't want to half-ass it, but we can always like talk about it and then kind of like open the door for people to discuss it in the future. But I recommend that everybody, and Philly can attest to this, read the book Bitten if you haven't read it yet.
What is it?
Bitten. It's about Lyme disease.
Yeah.
Every time you tell me a book, I always get it.
Well, that book is riveting. It's actually like a really good read. It's like
what's the deal with Lyme?
Oh, read it. Leah, by the way, your hair looks great. Great blow straightener, blow drying job. Bitten's great as a nurse. Someone in the medical field, it's amazing. You can read it. I read it, I think, in like 2 days. It's amazing.
Okay.
Yeah, that book is really good. And then I
gave it to my oldest son, who is 24. He read it and like they're passing it on, but he was like, "Mom, this is just insane."
Yeah, it's riveting, and there's implications in that book. The book is about a lot of things, but the main thread is Lyme disease. But it ties in the Lyme disease epidemic with bioweapons.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
So.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah. This is what I like to try to do.
Yeah.
Give information that's not spelling everything out. You have to make the leaps, the logical connections to see what's been done in the past, how it's been done, why it's been done. And then you extrapolate it out and you look at what's happening today.
You keep me awake at night.
Oh, well, I don't want to do that.
No, you do.
Now, Lenny, I want to tell you about my daughter, my youngest daughter.
Yes.
She was hard to talk to. She was the one that would tell me at Thanksgiving that I better not talk about so-and-so when I come to Thanksgiving.
Oh.
And I mean, I was that bad of a conspiracy theorist. And on Facebook, I started seeing things more that was coming out with these things. And this was before 2020. And that side who believed in these, they would fight you hard. And my daughter would get mad at me because I would try my best to get her to see that. When 2020 came and she saw a lot of the after effects of this, she opened her eyes up, and now she's Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Her
My
children
goodness.
don't get this no more. You
Good
know?
job, Mama. Good job.
Yeah. She believes that they will inject stuff in you. And in North Carolina, that's where she's at right now. That's my home state. I'm in Georgia. But when I was in North Carolina, you can see the autism everywhere. There were so many kids with autism.
Yes.
And there's no way that was genetic, in my opinion. Look at all these
Right.
kids all together with autism. How?
Yeah.
How does that
Right.
happen? You know? And so that's my take on that. I hope I'm not offending anybody about
I'm sure you're not.
autism.
Well, look, there's
know,
a
Giving
lot of
information.
money in these institutions, right? They're all connected to the power structure, banking cartel. So if you go back and look at how the medical system got co-opted and how the educational system got co-opted, this is not far-flung stuff to consider. Anybody who thinks the people in power, this is what I try to get across to people. If you really believe that these corporate people give a shit about the well-being of citizens, you're crazy. Read the book, The Corporation. Another one, super quick read. A small book.
The Corporation?
The Corporation. It came out in 2004, I think. And they talk about the roots of ESG and DEI and all that stuff. If anybody believes that if any billionaire is telling you about public health or social policies, or we should do this and the environment that, these people don't give a shit about any of that. They've been part of the elite power structure their whole lives. So if it shocks me that people think that these people like Elon Musk or any of these billionaire oligarchs like Peter Thiel or any Bill Gates or Mark Zuckerberg give a shit about citizens. Guys, they don't care. Their world, we are aliens to them. They have never mingled with regular people in their whole lives. Never. They grew up in privilege. They went to privileged universities. Their whole social structure, their whole lives largely has been with people from the same upbringings as them, from powerful families with powerful connections. If you look into secret societies, that's how they're formed. It's not me. I'm not getting picked to be in a secret society. It's people that came from these elite families. They keep the power structure very tight amongst certain bloodlines, certain elite families. It's, if you start, I've done a fair amount. I'm not an expert, but a fair amount of research into like secret societies. And a lot of these people that are foisted upon the public come from those backgrounds. So anyway, sorry, I get fired up when I talk about this kind of
you're
stuff.
right on, JJ. Like as a nurse, I worked my way up. I was lucky enough to become part of the University of Penn. I got into their upper echelon division and got to sit around with a lot of big wigs. And then you find out what exactly their whole narrative is about. And it's not about healthcare. It's not about what's great for healing people or giving people what they need. It's a very dark.
It's the opposite.
Society, and I really wanted to leave medicine after that, and I was lucky to find someone who I guess you could say caught me when I was falling and brought me into a different division. But even now, I'm heading his practice, and I'm working with all these health insurance industries, because literally that's what I do. I have big meetings every day with these big United, Blue Cross, Blue Shield, and it has nothing to do with your health. it really has nothing to do with your health. It has everything to do with what can make us money off of these
Right.
people's illnesses. It's sick.
Yep.
And if I wasn't, I'm already 20 plus years into my nursing degree. And, yes, I have a grad degree. I almost had my PhD. If I wasn't where I was, I would totally leave, but it's sick.
Right.
To live in this industry, because I would say the majority of people that get into medicine, especially nursing, I have a soft spot for my nurses. You get in there because you want to care for people, you want to help people,
Right.
and then you see that that's not what it's about, and then you see that half of what you learned in school is wrong.
Right.
So it's tough. It's tough.
Did you go through? Did you go through 2020 in the hospital with this stuff? I don't know. We're allowed to say
Luckily,
it on YouTube.
Leah, luckily, I was so lucky. Luckily, I had been out of Penn and I was with a private practice, and I remember vividly. And so the majority of my practice are, let's just say, on the opposite side of me. They were lining up. And I remember going to the owner, and I said, I'm not doing this. If you want to fire me, you can fire me. I'm not doing this. And luckily for me, he was like, I'm not going to, we had forged a relationship. He's like, I'm not going to make you do this. But I had a lot of friends who were in a position where that was their livelihood, right? That was their livelihood. They were either going to get this or they were going to be out of a job. And so I lost 2 friends. Like, they died. I lost 2 friends over this. So it was a very significant time in my life, because I'm standing up. I'm like, I'm with 8 doctors that are like, yeah, get this. And I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? It was very hard to be that sole person, but I was lucky in the fact that I had forged a bond with the owner of the practice that just believed in me. But I felt what my friends and colleagues were going through at that time. It was terrible.
Yeah, I mean, that time period for a lot of people.
Am I the only one breaking up? If I am,
No, you're good.
A little bit. It's probably just your internet connection. At least on my end, it's hard to tell, because sometimes like your signal gets, like, my computer, if I have like too many browsers open and stuff, it'll might glitch a little, so I close as much stuff as I can.
My phone's working, but the laptop.
And I could totally hear you.
It's me.
Yeah, I could totally hear you.
Well, regarding like, I see a lot of comments in the chat about
that's awful, Billy.
We've talked about this stuff offline, and how, like, I was put in a really bad situation during that time, and thankfully I was able to get a medical exemption during the beginning of that time period. But I was in a really bad situation because it was a lot of pressure, and it was a lot of social sort of like this group versus that group shit going on, and dividing people
really
into
changed.
Yeah. And that's classic divide and conquer methodology that's been used. In fact, during that time is when I discovered Academy of Ideas on YouTube, because they posted a video, which was an older video. Actually, they didn't make the video around this time. It was several years old. The one I mentioned earlier, called The Killing of the Mind. And it talks about a mass formation psychosis. And during that time period, the video, I recommend everybody, I've mentioned it before. It's a great channel, by the way, on YouTube. But if you find that video, Killing of the Mind, they talk about how totalitarian systems take over. What they do is they co-opt people within social structures, and they turn them against each other. It's been used forever, it's been used for centuries, and it's standard divide and conquer. But you can create a hysteria in the public that you can make people turn against each other. But nobody back during that time was looking at the big picture. And I got a lot of shit because I was telling people from day one, I'm telling you, this is a power and a money grab.
Mm-hmm.
And the wealth transfer during that time was like the biggest in history. And I did a video on this, a consolidation of power. These entities use points throughout history. 9/11 was one, COVID was another. And then if you go way back in history, there were key events that happened. Like the intro video that I posted tonight is about how they use these key events. And they get emergency powers, and they get people to give up their rights, and it's for the greater good, it's for your safety, it's for everybody, to be safe, and so on and so forth. And this shit's been used throughout history. But what happens is you get people they're looking at things just through this small lens, rather than, it's just the way some people are. It's just there's different types of people. And I think that was one of in my lifetime, obviously with 9/11 being the other one, was one of the darkest times, because it divided people, friendships were lost. It created this divide among people. And I don't think it was accidental. I don't think it happened organically. I think it was very planned. And very carefully orchestrated. And it was a very sophisticated operation. And I have theories that I haven't really talked about that much on here, relating to what I believe who the big key players were. And I'll tell you guys one of my theories right now. Fauci.
9/11?
No. I'm not talking about 9/11.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying just like these with regards to these key events. We all know what Fauci's role was, what he was involved in. My theory about Fauci, and I'm 100% confident in this theory. He had nothing to do with public health. He was a bioweapons, in my opinion, I agree. Just my hypothesis. He was a bioweapons developer for DARPA. That was always his role. But they placed him in a public-facing position to what? To manufacture consent for the public. So they put him in this role. He was there for the AIDS crisis. He was there for other ones. He was there for the COVID crisis. So my theory is that Fauci was a bioweapons developer for DARPA. Maybe just not the guy in the lab. What I mean is like the guy who oversaw, and he was the PR guy for that arm of what our military was involved in. And shit leaked out early on that all those vaccine passports came from the DOD. Now, why would the Department of Defense be involved with people's vaccine passports? And then it came out, other people leaked information out that the actual treatments that we're referring to were actually a DARPA program, and that the pharma companies were just the front people for it to market it.
JJ, remember the Texas Buyers Club?
Yep. The Dallas Buyers Club.
Fauci, guys.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
If you guys read The Real Anthony Fauci by RFK Jr., say what you will about him. If you read that book, especially my nurses or medical professionals in here, your head will blow off. You will see how the AIDS crisis happened. What JJ just said is absolutely correct. It was
I agree.
all engineered. And when I read that book, and I just so happened to read that book, it came out, I think, JJ, during the whole COVID crisis. My head just came off of my body. Like, say what you will about RFK, that he has all of the backup information in there, but read it or watch the movie. That's all Fauci.
What's the movie?
It's called, the movie is Texas Buyers
No,
Club.
it's a Dallas Buyers Club.
The Dallas Buyers Club. Thank you.
Yeah, Matthew McConaughey.
Oh,
Yeah. It's all Joe Rogan talked about it.
And the book is The Real Anthony Fauci. It's a big book. It's kind of dry if you're not a medical person, but I think it's worth reading.
didn't he create AIDS?
Well,
yes.
this-
It goes into Quaaludes and the whole AIDS epidemic. Yeah.
Look, this is the thing. You like to my point earlier. You people, the powers that be want us to believe that we need their permission and trust the experts, and nobody's allowed to think for themselves. Any intelligent person who does research and reads a lot and things like that is capable of formulating their own ideas. That doesn't mean that every one of my theories I can prove them and they're infallible ideas, but I'm not afraid to debate with people about things, because what happens is when quote unquote experts debate, they use straw man arguments. There's a standard tactic with debating. Logical debating is appealing to authority, appealing to the experts. So they'll use these, well, in this study, blah, 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 said this and that and the other. But guess what? A lot of those, most people don't even know how peer-reviewed studies are conducted. So if I could say to you, hey, everybody, I read this peer-reviewed study about this and it claimed this, that, and the other. But then if you dig deeper, you find out that the way the peer review study was conducted, it was funded by the people who have a vested interest in a certain outcome. And oh, by the way, they gave only a summary of their data to the peer review journal. They didn't have all the data. Now, I'll tell you when I first became more aware of some of the big pharma fuckery. When I was in college, the psychology field, not psychiatry, psychology field, by and large, was against the pharma model of like SSRIs and all these meds. I remember literally a whole class, a whole lecture about how big pharma buried the data about SSRIs from the trials, about suicidal ideation that was happening in younger people. They buried that data. So that data never made it into the peer review journals because they buried it. And it was, I don't even want to say which company it was because I can't confirm it. I'm pretty sure it was the big one that we all know, the big pharma company that was involved with the COVID stuff.
Yeah.
Right. So we know the players that were involved in that. But so I started because I for the professor, it was a clinical psychology class. And I was planning to go to graduate school. And anybody, if you're in school and you're just looking to finish and get your degree, you can do that. You can be a decent student. But if you're looking to go to graduate school, you need recommendations from professors. So you have to do extra things for them so they will give you a recommendation. So I did a research project for this one professor for this clinical psychology class. And it was related to that, to the big pharma stuff. So I dug through a lot of information, like published journals and things that were related to the big pharma stuff that I never knew about, information that got like meta-analyses, which is like basically it's an overview of research. So they do an analysis, like a meta-analysis of all this different research. And that's like a good way to get a overview of a specific topic of the research that was done. I didn't know shit about that stuff, you know, because I had never done official research. And then you start to realize that a lot of these studies have flaws in them. And so the data that, you know, the old saying, shit in, shit out. If the data going in is bad, then what you're going to get out at the end of the study is going to be bad. The data is going to be compromised. And then you start to really connect the dots. And I started to realize, like, holy shit, the influence of these companies on the psychology field is crazy. Like, they're the ones who help write the DSM, which is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. And there was professors who were PhDs were like, they didn't like the politics that was going into rewriting the DSM because Big Pharma had so much influence on it. So there's just an example of how you take information and you extrapolate it and how it points to other things. And I apologize to the chat. We've been kind of going off on tangents and I haven't been engaging the chat. So I got to get better about doing that. So
well, Scully's out there.
Where?
Scully. You could come up, Scully. There he is on the screen.
Welcome, come up on stage if you want.
He just did a marathon a live marathon, and he just kept showing Idaho videos from the beginning, and we were all chatting and everything, and it was fun. It was good hearing all that old stuff. I'll tell you, I'll just say this, because if Scully wants to come up, he can, and we can talk some shit. My journey through the Idaho 4 case, it started out as basically what's with this 8-hour delay. So I was formulating a theory about what I thought that was all about. So that was like stage one was, oh my God, who did this? Was it a serial killer? And then I was saying, if it was a serial killer, then this is not their first crime, because serial killers tend to escalate with each crime. And so that was where I was looking at it from like a profiling aspect. But then as the case evolves, and then you start to see, wow, it's kind of crazy. Look at how they're like pushing this guy down our throats. Kohberger gets arrested, and they're creating this whole Ted Bundy narrative and Wawaway Park. Creepy.
Well, Wawaway Park, right? That was one of Ted Bundy's spots, right?
Oh, okay.
Right. So I
don't know everything about Ted Bundy.
So if you pick up on the little cues, they're trying to formulate this serial killer narrative. Okay, let's see. Can they connect them to any other things? So I started paying more attention. Then I started seeing certain people in the periphery of the case being very vocal about this, that, and the other. And then things start shifting. So each of us has had our own arc of looking at this case. And for me, I look at, what are they trying to get me to believe?
Yes.
And why are they trying so hard to get me to believe that? Why did everything we were told in the beginning essentially turn out to be false? They were all sleeping. The roommates didn't hear anything. Then you find out later they did hear things, especially DM. So the journey evolves, right, as you go forward and you start to see more information. And then, in my opinion, I think that we got to a certain point where I just don't trust any of the official information anymore. That's just where I differ from a lot of other people in the case. For me, it's interesting, and I watch a lot of the content creators so I can follow what narratives are coming forward. But it's hard for me to really be as invested in the official information because I don't trust it.
Mm-hmm. Now, when I first looked at it, being a conspiracy theorist, I was like, the address was, 1122 JFK, which of course, the 8-hour delay, yes, that got me. But the main thing when I looked at it is I thought, is this a Freemason staged event again? And BK was the patsy. I never believed he was guilty at all. I felt like he was a patsy from the get-go. And I just always wondered in the beginning, the more I got into the case, the more it seemed real that this really happened to Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan. But all the others, I feel like it has a big Freemason connection. The bottom line with the Greek.
It could. I mean, they like symbolism. They like numerology. Mm-hmm. They like to signal to the others in, in that world. So I don't rule anything out when it comes to that. Mm-hmm. So for me, I am very confident that there's a much bigger thing at play. Mm-hmm. Much bigger than what most people in the mainstream believe. And you know what it is? It's just really simple. You're never going to convince a normie that these things happen because they don't know any of the background. They don't know what things have happened in the past. They don't understand that the power structures have been in place for centuries. Centuries. And it's not what we're all taught growing up. Right? We're all taught like, oh, we learn our history and this happened and that happened. But you don't hear about who was behind all this shit. Who was behind the Civil War in America? Who was really behind it? Who was behind the American Revolution? But here's what you have, in my opinion, and this is what I do. I get information, and then I go a step further and I say, all right, so let's say Freemasons, right? Let's just use that as an example. If you read, you don't even have to be an expert. If you just do a little bit of research into Freemasonry, all these powerful entities and institutions throughout history, they join forces with other powerful institutions for shared interests. So, for example, let's just say some powerful elite family that we all know about that starts with an R wants to control a country. But there is another powerful entity in that country that is going to be trouble for them. It's going to cause resistance for them. What they do is they use other institutions. So they co-opt, like I was talking about earlier when I talked about Animal Farm, they co-opt a movement. So let's just say the Civil War. I started doing research into a book called The Secret Founding of America, right? And in one section, it talks about how the Civil War was started. Actually, I'll hash it out in a real brief synopsis. That the South had the wealth from the plantations, so they were embedded. They had this self-contained wealth. It wasn't connected to corporations like in the North. Oh, okay. Right? In the North, you had the industrialists, right? And these powerful corporations, which was connected to the banking industry. Well, the plantations in the South were very independent from that. So they knew that the way to break up America, to cause chaos and turbulence, would be to create this a civil unrest scenario between the North and the South. So they started I'm just talking about what this book talks about, that the Rothschilds use Freemasons to basically get, because of politicians that were Freemasons, they basically were the ones who fomented the Civil War. And the reason for that was because they needed to get control of the South, which they didn't have as much control over. So how do you weaken the South? You abolish slavery. Now, I'm not speaking to whether slavery was evil or not. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm just talking about is how it was actually started. And so the Rothschild family used their connections that they had using Freemasonry to foment the Civil War. That's just one example. And you can dig into the American Revolution as well, and how Freemasons were basically the people who founded America.
I had a great grandpa who was in the Civil War in North Carolina, and he was a Cherokee Indian. He wasn't a white man. And, I was told they had to fight over their land. Their land was going to be taken away from them, something like that.
Yeah, well, let's think about it. Having land is having power, right? And if they had that, so the plantation owners had that, and Scully said police in the U.S. originally formed to catch slaves. Well, everything, if you trace everything back far enough, it's never what we were told it was.
Yeah, we've been lied to, y'all.
Yeah, we've been lied to about everything, basically. And again, it's got to be a struggle for people to have to unsee everything and see it in a new way. And I
like
get
the moon landing.
Yeah, look, some people just want to live their life and work and raise their family and have their vacations, and
ignorance is bliss.
Well, it's just I know people that are really smart and they know there's a lot of fuckery going on. They know, but they're all about business and getting things done. And they have the attitude like, look, this doesn't help me accomplish what I need to get done every day. So they don't have, to them, it's extraneous information that they don't need to dig into. And I get it. I get it. I totally get it. I don't resent those people. Some people just get shit done. They're not, there's the people that have their head in the sand, and then there's the people that know what's going on, but they're like, look, there's not much I can do about it. I got to take care of it.
I know something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I get it. I respect the hustle. They're doing their thing. They're busy.
Is that Scully again? He needs to come up here if he's going to make all those comments.
Yeah. Scully, you're welcome to come up.
Yeah, come on, Scully.
Talk some shit.
Yeah.
I think Philly was dropping the link in the chat, so you're welcome to come up. We've been talking shit now for almost 4 hours.
Yeah. And Scully is like my children's age. So he's in that younger, he's in his 30s. If that's okay to say, Scully.
Well, Brandy J, I think I legitimately feel the things I talk about is what I really feel. And when I anybody who knows me or has talked to me in real life, I talk this way. I'm sarcastic. I
Mhm.
talk shit about stuff. Like, I don't think I know everything, but I like to share information that I have that I think is interesting.
Mhm.
And I think the only way that we as a society can stop what's happening in our world is not the system is what has gotten us here.
Mhm.
So people have to not keep buying into this system like that's the only choice we have. I got
Mhm.
sucked into that. I did. I got sucked into the tribalism stuff because I was angry. And it's like the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? So I would like, but then I woke up. So I went through different stages. I think the best thing that people can do is learn as much as you can about a bunch of different stuff.
Mhm.
And you might formulate ideas that end up being wrong, but still formulate them. Because you can evolve past those
Mhm.
ideas, but you have to go through your stages of evolution in the
Mhm.
way that you think. And I've done that. I believed certain things. I was starting to wake up. Then I went a little further and I was like, oh, this person is full of shit. They're
Mhm.
controlled opposition. But I bought into them for a little while because I was looking for something to believe in. But I got past that. So you just got to keep exploring different information
Mhm.
and going through your evolution. And that's how I think we get to a place where we start to change the system by not accepting that you have this false choice. Because like we talked about earlier, I think our system is all theater, and they're
Mhm.
making us believe that these are the only choices we have. Drop the kink. You mean the link?
Is he gonna come up? And like we don't know what really happened past since we've been lied to so much. My mom's 87. She was born in 1939. So I mean, like anybody born 1920 and back, how do we know that stuff really happened? We don't have them here to tell us, you know.
Right.
Like, did the Civil War really happen, or are they just feeding that to us?
Well, that's why they're trying to obscure history. Look,
Yeah, because
I
we
talked
can't
to
prove, right?
Yeah, well, I talked about this in my video I just did about the book Animal Farm. They always
Mhm.
try to rewrite history, right? As we
Mhm.
go forward in time, right? So that way the power structure controls what people know about history.
Mhm.
Like I bought a book that was written in like 18 something. Oh no, 17. It was in the 1700s it was written. It's a
Mhm.
guy who is a high-level Freemason, John Robeson, I believe. I have the book
Mhm.
right here somewhere. I put it away, but I was just talking about it with somebody, and he talks about how Freemasonry co-opted other power structures. And
Mhm.
this guy was not like just a low-level Freemason. He was higher level Freemason, and he talked about how they co-opt politics and how they co-opt different power structures.
Mhm.
And so like you can find information that's really old and get another perspective on it. Because I'll tell you right now, there's some propaganda books written about Freemasonry. I'll tell you that. I've got one of
Okay.
them.
What's it called?
I have it here somewhere.
I mean, is it a big known book?
It's just one of the Freemasonry books
But
you
it
can
doesn't tell
find.
the truth about the Freemasons.
I pick up on when they're trying to steer a narrative. Like I
Mm-hmm.
can pick up on it. And so I started picking up on they're steering away from certain things,
Mm-hmm.
which is if you're doing good faith research, you don't steer away from anything. You just give your information and your take on it. You don't need to obscure other information. To me, that's how I start, my antennas go up. So you have to be selective when you find information and look at the source. And do they have an agenda? Are they trying to whitewash things that happened in the past?
Yeah.
So it's hard. It's a lot of work, because
one thing we can depend on is, like, if you keep a journal and write down what's going on. That's one thing you can leave behind, is your journal, for people to know the truth about things. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we have writings from people back during a civil war, that's when we know what was really going on.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what?
Not our history books per se.
And the way that they wrote back then, it's totally different than how people write now. It's like, if you ever read or heard, like, you can find it on YouTube. There's videos of people reading letters from, like, soldiers from World War I and stuff. And they're, like, very poetic. And the way they write, it was so different. The way that people wrote back then. So much more expressive and, like, colorful and just really interesting.
And we don't know how to write no more.
Scully, we're gonna bring Scully up. We're gonna talk some shit with Scully.
Yeah.
Right? What's up, Scully?
Hi.
Hey, Scully.
How are you guys?
How you doing, man?
Chilling.
There you are.
Got any bombs to drop tonight?
I'm just over this case, honestly.
Yeah,
at this point,
man.
I'm just gonna accept he did it. If Tyreek says he did it, then fuck it, he did it.
See, that's what they're trying to do, man. They're trying to exhaust us to the point that we stop asking questions. They're giving everybody Idaho 4 fatigue, so people will eventually just say, my mind is so confused by all this information that's trickled out that I fucking give up. Like, I think that's what they're trying to do at this point. They're trying. It's just information
I can't give
warfare.
up yet. I'm still obsessed. I gotta know the truth.
I'm obsessed with trying to understand the other threads that haven't been pulled.
Oh, okay.
Because I don't think we're going to ever, in my opinion, get the truth from any official sources. And so I think the only, if, and it's a big if I'm going to, like, still follow the case, and I've talked to Birdie about this, there needs to be other threads pulled. And I already pitched Birdie with an idea, and I can't talk about it on here yet because it's not my place to do that, but about an angle to take to stir the pot up in a way that could maybe bring up some other questions that are not being asked.
Okay, that sounds interesting.
Well, look, they're trying to use all this information against us, right? They're bombarding us with all this information. You got to turn the tables. And I think I've said it a million times. I've posted about it a million times online. The only way to there's only two ways, in my opinion, to counter psyops. Number one, ignore them. Number two, create your own counter psyops.
I just checked into that.
That's just my opinion.
Create your own counter psyop.
Right. That's why I started this
I
channel,
wouldn't ignore
man. This is our own deep state. This is our deep state right here. So Scully, tell me what your angle is on the case, just up to this point where you're at.
At this point, well, I feel like we're never going to find out what truly happened, because the lengths they're going to cover this up, and it involves people with money. So I feel like people just need to accept the fact that those answers are never going to come to light. They destroyed the house. They tampered so much with the evidence. All these experts don't agree with the evidence that's presented to them. I just feel like exposing the corruption and how the court proceedings are handled is the first step to try to get Bryan Kohberger free.
Yeah. So you mean like attacking the flaws in the case?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, I have a different view of the case now than I did in the past. I've talked about it a lot. I was just like everybody else in the beginning, and like I was trying to follow the sort of the basics and the information as it was coming out. And then when I started to see certain patterns, I started to not believe that we were told the truth. I started to question the most fundamental aspects of what we've been told. And it's hard when you get to that point, because on one hand, you have, here's all this information that we've all been invested in learning, right, throughout this case. But then on the other hand is, what if that information is not even accurate? Because think about it, if there are national security implications in any case, they are legally allowed to lie to the public under the blanket of national security. And I remember people that FOIA'd information got responses that gave a list of reasons why they can't disclose certain information. And one of them, if there were CIs, confidential informants involved, and the other was if there were national security implications. Now, they don't tell you which one of those things it is, but if any of those things, and there was a bunch of other things listed also, if any of those things are present, then they don't have to give you all the information. So that's why I don't have faith anymore that we were getting accurate information.
I'm not gonna lie, I miss being blind and naive when I used to like believe mainstream media, because one thing that I'm kind of glad and happy that I experienced was the guilter side aspect of things. Because I used to be a guilter. I used to believe he had done it, and this was before I even learned how to like do research, start reading court docs. Thanks to Lucy, you know, she kind of guided me in regards to that, because early on, I remember, you know, clearly how they made it seem like he frequented the area multiple times, that his device had checked in through their Wi-Fi, and that he pinged nearby a cell tower. But once they started explaining the details about how these cell towers work, I started having questions. And then they started saying that there was a 7-day retention period, that they couldn't access certain location data. And I realized they were full of shit, because the year that the murder happened, I was doing beta testing software for Google Pixel phones. And basically doing that kind of testing, I was to test like security breaches when it comes to your phone, when it comes to accessing the location of your device, how cell towers work, and how the devices operate from day to day. And when I tell you, these devices keep track of your location 24/7, always. There's a backlog that keeps record of like the inputs you do on your phone display. Where I can look at that log and I can recreate the taps on your screen if I want to like get into your email or obtain passwords, you name it. Google collects all your activity. You're able to access that data and download it. And so when they make it seem like his phone is not easy to withdraw this data, I just started having questions. And sure enough, things were not adding up. And the more you follow this case, it's blatant. Like it's so obvious how much they're trying to hide from like the public, the defense.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's like we've all been like even early on. They were like, oh, we don't know where Xana and Ethan were. We're like, you can't track their cell phone information.
I know.
I mean, they have motion sensors on phones, and most young people use them.
Yeah,
and location, locating functions within apps and things, so you can see where your friends are and shit. You're telling me they couldn't really get that?
And then the thing is, your device, if you want an accurate location to be like accurate, your device utilizes three different signals. It utilizes your Bluetooth signal to handshake with nearby devices, also handshakes with Wi-Fi when it does Wi-Fi scans to let you know what Wi-Fi is available around you for you to connect.
Mhm.
On top of the GPS tracking system that the phone has
Right.
to triangulate your location. So the way GPS navigation works, it's also uh, keeping into account the devices or hardware that's in your immediate surroundings for you to be accurately tracked when it comes to these like tracking monitoring systems that they use for these devices. So there's no excuse for them to say they don't know where these devices were, and
Yeah.
it's easy to find out who they were nearby that
Mhm.
night. So
Yeah, right. Because they know where people are in relation to other people.
yes,
I mean, this is why early on I'm like, this is bullshit. They're
Right.
trying to present it like they couldn't tell where we don't know where these people were. Oh, and then this just came up in the Cyray interview. It's like they asked him about Dylan's phone. They had information that showed that she went upstairs, right? And like what we end up getting is we get whitewashed narratives. So like
Mhm.
what we all know the technology that's available now. So but we're being told no, we couldn't do this or that or the other. They look, Edward Snowden has talked about this extensively.
Mhm.
Your phones and tracking your ass even when they're shut off.
when they're
Yeah.
shut off, yep, they can track you
That's
when
why
your
I knew
device is off.
That's why I knew Cyray was lying.
Yeah, well, look,
Because I thought you can tell wherever, they can follow you even with the phone off.
They just
Like
started
a smart
implementing that.
TV.
They started
People,
implementing that. So like if your device gets stolen and the person turns it off, they'll still be able to find it.
yeah, and it's one of these things where one of the biggest red flags for me is all the narrative shifting that we're seeing in this case. Broken plea, for anybody who doesn't know, Devil's Advocates got the first interview with Christopher Whitcomb.
Mhm.
So it was supposed to be like 5 days away or 6 days away. And then I get a frantic message that the book got leaked. So he's going to come on earlier because outlets already released the book.
Oh,
So
yeah.
now I get a freaking PDF advanced copy of the book that I have to read in 2 days.
Wow.
I read it in 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, last minute, because he's going to be on our show. It's the first interview that he's doing. So now I'm in a frantic, and you also want to like take notes and shit because he's going to be on the stream right now. So I was just, trying to be open-minded. The book was riveting. I mean, for us that have followed the case from the beginning, but I'm very, skeptical about a former, special agent for the FBI and an intelligence contractor is writing a book about this case.
Spook.
But I was like, I'm not gonna like try to grill the guy. I'm just gonna like see how he answers questions. I started to notice the narrative shifting. Oh, well, that's not even the hair. That's not even that important. The black SUV at 4 a.m. or whatever that comes back at 4:24. That's what you really need to be looking at. I'm just giving you guys the information, man. You gotta run with it. It's up to you guys. And then Turvey comes out and he's basically saying, oh, the hair doesn't matter. The hair is not important. They're all saying the timeline doesn't matter.
We're even asking about the beer pong table, and that doesn't matter.
Right. The beer pong table doesn't even matter. So I started going, wait a second. Why are all these people now coming out in drips and drops, and they're all presenting somewhat conflicting information, except for the 4 a.m. time block, right? Don't look over here. Look over here. So I had a series of red flags that popped up, and then oh, wait till Cyre comes out, man. Wait till he's going to drop the bombs that are going to prove that Kohberger's innocent. And what does he do? He basically says everything leaning towards that. Oh, he thinks Kohberger is guilty. So is it possible that they're really just trying to flood us with so much conflicting information and gaslight us into giving up?
I think that they didn't get their 15 minutes of fame on the high-profile case if it had gone to trial. The fact that they were willing to put their name on this, especially like to be part of the defense, I feel like speaks volume. And the fact that since they were not even supposedly aware that he pled or a plea deal was going to come into the word. Hold on. Now they're doing damage control. I feel like it's damage control.
Yeah. Well, it's like, it's also one way to do damage control is by shifting the narrative, right? Because they want it. Because if they can control the narrative, that's a part of damage control, right? Just like, let's just hypothesize, you don't want certain information to get out about what really happened, which they already knew, hypothetically. So what do? You bring in a guy who is the quote unquote, the lone gunman, so to speak, who's like, oh, this weird guy. He's this like incel type guy and he's socially awkward, this and that. You bring him in, you present him to the public as, well, now we got the guy. Everybody can go back to school now. That's all it was, just this weird guy, right? To me, that's indicative of the playbook they've used forever. The lone gunman, the loner guy. He has no connections to anything. Nobody knew him, right? That they can just sweep it away, lock him away, everybody, but they didn't count on so many people doing as much digging and pointing out as many inconsistencies. So I think they overplayed their hand. And now, to your point, Scully, they're doing damage control. What's up, Jeff H? Wow.
I wonder how things would have played out if we never went through quarantine. Because I feel like true crime wasn't as big as it is now on the YouTube platforms when it comes to like people streaming, going over court trials that are being streamed. Yeah. I don't think they realized that this was going to be such a big profile case and it was going to blow up the way it did. Because we're so invested. We got nothing better to fucking do. It was like 2 years after quarantine.
Yeah, right, right. They didn't count on, I'll tell you what, we've talked about this before. They thought they were just going to, we got the guy. All right, everybody, go back to everything is normal. Go back to business. And then once they saw all the interest and the analysis that was going on, that's when the counter narratives had started coming out. And everybody's a crazy conspiracy theorist that questions the official story. So they didn't count on so many people, the web sleuths. That's why they started trying to discredit all the web sleuths. Do you remember early on in the case where they were like, oh, we want to enlist the help of everybody in the online community if you have any information, right?
We were listening today in the marathon as Scully was playing the old videos.
Yeah. Yes. Well, this is the shit that they changed their tune about us mighty quick.
Yeah.
When people started pointing out inconsistencies. And it's I agree. I think they're doing damage control now because they didn't plan for this.
But then also, I'm not surprised by Cyre's recent interview because I caught on real quick when he was at a hearing. I'm pretty sure, I'm not certain if it was when it was Judge, and then also Hitler. He made it clear that he's not there to declare Brian's innocence or guilt. He's there to call out the lack of due process, them misrepresenting his software, wanting to look at how they recreated his route, They need the CDRs from AT&T. What tower list did they have for that warrant? They couldn't provide for them to get an accurate, pattern of life. You want to say 6 months period to really determine, okay, something's off with DK. And he made it seem like, he doesn't want a guy that's actually guilty getting to walk away free, or them not doing their investigation the way they should have, and vice versa. An innocent person pleading guilty for the misrepresentation of his software. So I don't know if it was for him to get, to be like I don't know, like promotion type of thing, or what was his intentions. But
Well, I'll tell you my opinion about that. And I come at it from a slightly different angle. In my opinion, we are in a time where they're pushing a surveillance state. Right. So I believe that they want to manufacture consent from the public to get people to go along with more tracking, more surveillance, flock cameras, a larger DNA database, more invasion of people's privacy. Now, look, I don't know Cyray. He could be a great guy. I have a lot of friends in law enforcement in federal level, state troopers, detectives, but I don't know him. He had a company that made him a lot of money when he sold it. And so he, in my opinion, could be advocating for the surveillance state. And I've said this many times, and people can shit on me if I'm wrong. I think that this case, along with the Charlie Kirk assassination, along with the the Brian Thompson assassination, the Luigi Mangione trial, and the Nancy Guthrie case will be used. Well, if we only had a whole surveillance camera network system in place, if we had more effective tracking of people's digital footprints and their cell phone data, like an expansion of the Patriot Act, this would have never happened. Or if Brian Kohberger were to get exonerated, an innocent man would have never spent, 3 or 4 years or whatever in prison for being wrongfully convicted. If we only had more robust surveillance technology, and the public and a lot of the true crime community, the mainstream ones, will support it.
They'll eat it up. They'll be like, I got nothing to hide.
Right. And guess what? It's more content for them to dig into. If there's more surveillance cameras, right? It's more data to look at. So that's how they manufacture consent. They get the public to ask for it.
Yeah. Like with Idaho, we only have the next door house and the next door neighbor with the ring cam, and then Linda Lane. And we're like, we want more cameras around. Surely there was more cameras around that neighborhood that would have got something. And we're wanting it. We're wishing we had more video to review.
Yeah, well, look,
Does that make sense?
we're going past 4 hours now, and I haven't eaten dinner yet, so I'm fading hard. But I wanted to, start wrapping it up, and thank you, Scully, for popping in, man.
Yeah,
I appreciate it. Yeah, man, you're welcome to come up anytime. I think the weekends from going forward, it'll either be a Friday or a Saturday. I'll do an Anything Goes stream.
Okay.
Where we talk about anything, whatever. Tonight was whatever the chat wanted to talk about. Like, I never even planned on talking a lot about the Idaho 4 on my channel, but I'll talk about whatever people want to talk about. And so we got into a bunch of different topics tonight, man. And you're welcome to come back and pop up anytime.
Thank you.
Yeah. And so to wrap up with the Idaho 4 thing, look, we all have our theories, right? We've all invested time and effort into analyzing shit. And I everybody's entitled to their own theories, right? That's what we do. we're thinking people, we formulate ideas and theories. But it's good for people to come together to talk about different ideas rather than having one group of people on a stream who all seem to follow in this similar vein of what they believe. Then you get into like an echo chamber and
Yes.
and I don't do that. People know, like, I'll talk about different angles, debate. We're
Debate,
allowed
yeah.
to debate.
Some people don't know how to have a debate.
No.
Some
No,
people think things too personal.
I have no
and-
problem with debating with people at all. I don't get offended if people
Thank
disagree.
you. You're right.
So
Yep.
you're welcome back anytime, brother. And, I want to thank everybody. Leah, thank you
for
so
having
much.
me up here.
Yeah, thank you so much. You're welcome back anytime. Everybody in the chat, I appreciate you all, and I thank you guys for hanging out. It was fun. It was fun. I mean, we did over 4 hours stream, so we dug.
It goes by fast.
Yeah, we dug into a lot of different stuff. So everybody that popped up, Lenny, thank you for popping up. Everybody that's contributed to the chat, and I'm sorry I missed a lot of comments. I got to get some better glasses, man, with better reading capability, because half of the chat is like, I have to tilt my head like this to read it. So we'll definitely I'm going to be putting out a couple of pre-recorded videos this week. I'll post on the community tab, and definitely I think I am next weekend. I'm available to do streams Friday and Saturday. So Friday I'll probably be 6 p.m. Eastern time, and it'll be like a 2-hour stream. And then Saturday I'll do another one like this. We'll do it at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we'll go as long as we can go. As long as people have stuff to talk about. So yeah, man, I want to thank everybody for coming, and I hope you guys will tune in. Please like and subscribe. And I need to grow my channel. I'm not even monetized yet, and I don't care about that, but I do want to build the community, and so if I can grow and we can build the community, everybody benefits. So thank you, everybody. And we will see you very soon. Have a great night. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, everybody. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.